But welcome to the live chat, everybody. Welcome to the live chat, everybody. Welcome to the Perfect Timing Podcast. You made it, man. You made it. Hey, welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Once again, I said, welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Y'all know what it is. It's Mega Monday. Mega Monday, and MAGA lives. MAGA lives. Can I get hashtag MAGA lives in the chat? MAGA lives. MAGA lives. Man, I said it last week. It don't mean more than it means this morning. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Welcome to the Perfect Timing Podcast. Back with the blast, in and out with a dash. No day is promised, man. No day is. Hey, every day after the podcast, how I end the podcast, I say, thank God. God bless America. God bless President Trump. God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk. And we got a show for you today, man. I mean, we got our brother Scott Jennings putting in major work. You see what's up behind me. As you come in, everybody, like, share, and subscribe. As you come in, man, double tap, hit the like button. Wipe your feet is what I call it, man. Everybody take my sayings. They try to copycats all over the internet. It's the copycat YouTube, but it's the originator, the donator, the instigator, the trader. It's Perfect Timing Podcast, baby. Yeah, and I'm back for MAGA Monday, man. Trump news, and giving Democrats the boo. I mean, did Jimmy Kimmel say, I got Tim Walz. Tim Walz. When I say Trump news, giving Democrats the boo. I'm talking about Jimmy Kimmel. I'm talking about Tim Walz. I'm talking about every Democrat just saying, oh, I thought Trump was going to be this. Oh, did you hear Tim Walz saying that he thought when he woke up, Trump would be unalive? Did you hear Jimmy Kimmel saying, and I got the video, Jimmy Kimmel saying Melania Trump looks like she's going to be a widow. So when I say Trump news giving Democrats the blues, y'all got to double tap and hit the like button. Y'all know what I'm saying? Because we in the building and MAGA lives. And it doesn't mean more than it ever meant today. It never meant as much as it meant today. When I say MAGA lives, I mean MAGA lives. It never meant more. Yeah, man. They when I say Trump news giving Democrats the blues, they whining and crying, man. They whining and crying. Oh, Trump's still alive. I mean, and then the math is not there. You know what I'm saying? The math and the understanding is not there. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, if Trump is not the J.D. Vance becomes the president? Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth. Who do you want, man? Who do you want, baby? Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance. One of the things I say in the video that I seen, what's up with your BGP? How you doing? How you feeling? How you living, man? What's up with your baby? 5.0. But one thing I will say, man, about the video, man. Hey, and it's not funny, man. I'm not gonna laugh, man, but hey, let's have a talk about it this morning, man. J.D. Vance was the first person that got up out of there. Did y'all see we got all the video this morning. We're gonna break down the video footage. We're gonna go over the timeline. Hey, everybody, we're talking about the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. I got the manifesto. We're gonna read the manifesto. You're at the right place. I know a lot of you at work, you got your headphones on, you're listening to me on your headphones, and I thank you graciously. I want to say thank you most graciously for taking the time out of your day, listening during your lunch, or if you're driving your tractor trailer truck. Thank you so much for taking the time out to listen, subscribe, and just support the Perfect Timing Podcast. It means everything to a YouTuber. A lot of people don't understand. As a content creator, it's a lot of hard work. We put all of our efforts and our creativity into this. And so when I see you guys show up every day, man, it means everything to me. And I got to start the podcast off with a thank you. Thank you to the support from my brother. Thank you to the support from my subscribers and my members. Everybody watching, especially the people watching for the first time, being entertained by this fabulous radio, magnificent voice, the vernacular that's so spectacular, Perfect Timing Podcast. You know what I'm saying? Thank you to everybody watching right now. Double tap, hit the like button. what we doing, man? What we doing right now is we got a goal up already. Perfect. You owe me another judge guest appearance on my Battle of the Bars Rap League series, fam. Bro, I'll come through, man. I'll come through. Let me know, man. You know, I'll be so busy with this. You know, as a content creator, how much time you put into the content creator each day, man, is hours, man. People don't realize it's a double shift every day. I'm doing shorts. I'm doing my own thumbnails. I'm doing my own. But hey, I'm not going to say shit to you, man. You know, you're a content creator. So the answer is yes. Hit me up, man. I'm there for you, baby. I got you, baby. Let's do it, man. Today, man, we got some fire Trump news. We got some fire Trump news. Shout out to you, fam. We got some fire Trump news. Number one, MAGA lives. Can I get MAGA lives in the chat? Can I get MAGA lives? Because last week I started saying MAGA lives because I talked about America winning. I talked about America winning as it relates to the Iran conflict. I talked about Venezuela. I talked about Cuba. I talked about Iran from a perspective that you won't hear from the liberal media. You're not hearing the truth today. We're going to read the manifesto. We're going to talk about the timeline. I have a timeline going back several years. Who thinks this is just happening overnight? This is going back to the first Trump administration. What I've said about the Iran conflict, what I've said about my president, who I love, Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues. Jimmy Kimmel whining, Tim Walsh whining. Jimmy Kimmel want the worst for America. Jimmy Kimmel want the worst for president. Tim Walsh want the worst. See, there are real people in America that truly hate our president and truly hate America. That's why we do this every day, supporting the country, supporting the red, white, and blue. Thank you to our Secret Service. Thank you to our police officers, back to blue. Thank you to our armed forces. Thank you to our ICE agents. Do you guys know that the Secret Service haven't been paid? Somebody put in the chat, anybody paying attention to the story? We're talking about the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. A shooter who stormed Secret Service, got the video up in the background. We could take a look at it together. Did you guys know the Secret Service, one of the Secret Service got shot? He took a bullet to the chest. Did you guys know that? One of the Secret Service was shot, took a bullet to the chest, and they haven't been paid in over 70 days. This is what we do here. This is what we do here on this channel. What we do here is we talk about political news, geopolitics, and domestic politics. But what the goal is to have an intelligent electorate, right? So you can know who to vote for 2026, 2028, and how to deal with your local representative, your supervisor, your alderman, your congresswoman, your congressman, your senator. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? That's why we showed the Nick Shirley video. But when I talk about Hakeem Jeffries being friends with Jeffrey Epstein after the conviction, Stacey Plaskett taking text messages illegally in the Congress, allegedly in the Congress, and saying thank you like he was her boss. You know what I'm saying? We got to talk about the Democrats really not caring about the American people. Number one, have you heard anything about Obamacare subsidies? You don't hear nothing about Obamacare subsidies anymore. Does anybody even know why the government is partially shut down and why DHS is not funded? And did you know that the Secret Service lives under DHS? I mean, we got a lot to talk about today. I know we're going to get to the manifesto. We're going to get to this guy. We're going to get to the timeline of when and how he was radicalized. Because I did the same thing with Renee Good in Minnesota. Double tap at the like button. You're watching the #1 podcast for geopolitical and domestic discussions on YouTube. Double tap at the like button. We did the same thing. We did the same thing with Renee Good. We did the same thing with Renee Good. We're going to do the same thing today. Let's take a look at this video. Let's take a look at this video. This is when the suspect rushes the Secret Service, who I'm explaining to you right now, haven't been paid in 70 days. The Secret Service is not Trump. The Secret Service is not ICE. The Secret Service are everyday Americans that do a job. I assume if you're listening to this and you're an American, whether you're Democrat or Republican, you got to respect the office at least. I hope and pray you respect the office at least of the president. You know what I'm saying? We should all respect the office of the president. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we all do though, but if we all respect the office of the president, then we understand how important the job of the Secret Service and the sacrifice that they make for our country, right? Thank you for your service. But the Secret Service haven't been paid in 70 days. The Secret Service have not been paid in 70 days. How many people knew that? That the Secret Service is part of the people that is being held hostage by the Democrats. Did you guys know that? They keep saying they want to make changes to ICE. We broke down the logistical nightmare that is the ICE changes that the Democrats want, like having immigrants go to the courthouse where you go to the courthouse. We broke that down. We broke down the logistical nightmare that we have a backlog right now. You can't be seen. You can't get through the kits in Fulton County. So women and children go unprotected. But they want to. One of the reasons why Secret Service, who took a bullet to the chest, he is in the hospital right now. Donald Trump called him on the phone. We're going to hear from Donald Trump, but he took a bullet to the chest. He took a bullet to the chest. And one of the things in my research that bothered me the most, the thing that bothered me the most in my research is the fact that the Secret Service hasn't been paid. The thing that bothered me the most in my research is the fact that the Secret Service hasn't been paid for 70 days. 70 days and the Secret Service hasn't been paid. In this partial shutdown by the DHS, it's absolutely unbelievable and inexcusable what the Democrats are doing. And this is the downstream effects. Like, we don't talk about it enough. There's so much going on geopolitically that the shutdown has been 70 days. It's like the Democrats, this is what I say, and a lot of conservatives when we say they don't care about the victims. This is what we say when we say they don't care about the victims. Let's take a look at the video of when he rushes, and then we're going to get into the timeline, into the manifesto. We're talking about the White House correspondent shooting today, and this is the video of when the shooter rushes the security. President Trump shared surveillance video. Did you guys see that? Wow, it happened so fast. This is directly after. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. This is directly after the shooting. We're discussing today on the Perfect Timing Podcast, White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. We're going to go over the shooter. We got the timeline. Man, we got a fire show for y'all today. Double tap, hit the like button. Fire show for y'all today, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues. Man, they upset about Trump being alive and Trump always winning, but that's what we're going to continue to do, keep winning. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in, everybody. Get those likes up, man. Yes. This is video. We're watching live video from the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting over the weekend where Trump was almost another assassination attempt. The shooter has been charged this morning in court. Double tap it. Let's have a talk about it in the chat, everybody. We're watching live White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting intel. This is the Perfect Timing Podcast. Double tap it, the like button. White House Correspondents' Dinner at the Hilton. White House Ballroom. White House Correspondents' Dinner. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. Live footage. Live footage, everybody. This is when the shooter storms. This is the shooter storming. This is the shooter storming the front gate. This is the shooter storming the front gate. Double tap. Double tap. Double tap. Hit the like. Double tap. So here it is, right here. Let's watch it again together. Now, people have been saying that the security was lax. How many people? Let's discuss it in the chat. Do you guys think the security was lax? People were saying they felt like the security was laxed. I'm going to be with Dan Bonadingo. I'm going to be with everyone else who said I believe this Secret Service did a great job in stopping the shooter, stopping anything that could happen. And again, like I stated earlier, the Secret Service hasn't been paid in 17 days. Wow. We're watching live footage. Reporters inside the ballroom captured moments law enforcement evacuated White House officials and lawmakers as the suspect was apprehended outside the venue. We're watching live footage of the White House Correspondents' Dinner right after the suspect was arrested. This is live video from reporters in the dinner. This is new footage, hasn't been released. This is from independent media inside the dinner. Live video.
Again, I'm Jeff.
So we're coming to you live right now. We're coming to you live. We are discussing the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. This is the perfect time in podcast. You're at the #1 spot on YouTube for geopolitical and domestic political debate. We are discussing the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting, and we have the manifesto. We're going to read the manifesto. I'm going to give you some more background on the shooter and what we know now. What we know now is that there has been an arraignment this morning. We understand that the shooter has been charged, suspect in court, his first court appearance today. The man accused of opening fire outside the White House Correspondents Association dinner was charged with attempted to assassinate the president, Donald Trump. FBI Director Kash Patel said that the acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, will hold a news conference after the hearing. We will go bring you that news conference live. Note from the family, this California teacher and engineer, Cole Tomas Allen, who you're looking at on your screen right now, the person who attempted this act is a California teacher and engineer by the name of Cole Tomas Allen, 31 years old, believed it was a high duty to target Trump administration officials, so he understood that everybody was in that room. You've been hearing a lot of reports about the top 5 brass, the top 5 leadership of America was in that room that night. That happens to be true. That actually happens to be true. And he understood that fact. A note sent to family members minute before the attack provided to us by Embassy News senior administration stated that he knew what he was doing and he knew who was in the room. Trump reacts and security questions, but let's go to the video and let's find out a little bit more about the suspect before we get into the timeline in the manifesto.
Let's look at those counts to get the specifics here.
Yeah, the attempt to assassinate the president, 3 counts on that, Kelly. The judge, when you were reporting, said there were several charges here. So this is going to be a little bit till we get everything in. And our team, again, is reporting from inside the courtroom back to me and Kelly. The cameras aren't allowed there. So far, all we know, he's been here comes more. An attempt to assassinate the president of the United States. It looks like 3 counts of that, Kelly, as we know. That, of course, you know, if he is convicted, that up to life in prison if he were to be found guilty. We're going to wait some more of this. We also learned he's 31 years old. He has a graduate degree, a master's degree, I should say. He pronounces his name Cole Tomas Allen. And as you said, he has asked the court to appoint him an attorney.
He's an
count
educated
two.
suspect,
Yeah,
Tom.
he is.
And
Count
so-
two, transportation of a firearm and ammunition through the interstate commerce with intent to commit a felony. You were talking about that train trip. We know that he took a train from California all the way to Washington, Kelly?
That's correct. And that would account for taking firearms across state lines, lawfully purchased firearms, but taking them across state lines with an intent to commit a crime. That's its own kind of felony. So that explains that. The 3 counts of attempted assassination, I'll be curious to see if that ties with discharging his weapon. If he fired his weapon multiple times,
That's
that
count
could
3. It just came in. It
Yes,
just came in.
okay.
That's count 3. Yeah, so you're right about that. That one just came in. He has been fully briefed on these charges, and he says that he is aware of the charges against him.
And
And
that
this
will
is
be a
kinda where
part
we are.
of determining that he is capable of being in this process. We have seen in some instances where the mental acuity of a defendant is at issue. He is saying he understands his rights. He understands the charges against him. That's an important part of the process. At this point, these are very serious charges, of course, and it is against the backdrop of growing political violence in the country, Tom, something that President Trump has personally experienced with multiple attempts on his life, and many other figures across the political spectrum have had criminal acts against them for being in the political space. This is certainly a very notable case, one that stands out as we're learning more about the specifics here.
Where?
So let's go over some of those specifics right now. Let's go over when he was arrested. A brand new affidavit was unsealed. When he was arrested, he was in possession of a 12-gauge pump action shotgun and a Rock Island Armory 1911 38 caliber pistol. The firearm transaction records reviewed by law enforcement show that he bought the shotgun around August 17th, 2025 from a dealer in California. According to the court document, he bought the pistol from a dealer in a different city in California on October 6, 2023. Double tap. Let's get into the timeline. Let's get into the timeline. I want to give some more details of what happened, and I want to get into the timeline also. Let's get this video more background on the shooter, then we're going to get to the timeline and to the manifesto. Get the likes up, everybody. It's important that you
in the FBI's investigation.
get the likes up, everybody. It's important you hit the like button as you come in. You're watching Perfect Timing Podcast. This is the #1 YouTube channel for geopolitical and domestic political discourse. If you like to debate politics, if you like to debate Donald Trump, if you like to debate partisan Democrat versus Republican, or if you're into geopolitics, if you know about Starmer's 18% rating, how Keir Starmer is going to get kicked out of the parliament. If you know about things like that, you like discussing things like that, you're at the right podcast. Today, we're discussing the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter, and we're going to go over who he is and try to understand what happened and why.
Eyewitness News reporter Monica Diana live with new reaction from neighbors and Allen's former students. Monica.
John, good morning. The suspect, 31-year-old Cole Allen, reportedly lives at this home here behind me. And neighbors have told me that he lives here with his parents and his siblings. They describe the family as being kind and respectful.
How would you describe his parents? I mean, you said you know his dad pretty well.
Yeah, very peaceful. They're school teachers, solid, like really solid members of the community. I mean, apparently from the media coverage, he has a solid education, and that's consistent with his siblings.
ABC News has learned the 31-year-old suspect allegedly sent a message to his family before attempting to carry out an attack Saturday evening at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, describing himself as a, quote, friendly federal assassin. We've also learned that Allen graduated from Caltech in 2017 and from Cal State Dominguez Hills just last year. That's according to representatives from both schools. According to a LinkedIn page connected to the suspect, Allen is a trained mechanical engineer who now works as a tutor. His current employer, C2 Education, named Allen Teacher of the Month just last year. The program that Allen tutored for and some of the students he worked with through that job shared a statement saying in part, quote, Mr. Allen was knowledgeable across a broad range of subjects and generally very intelligent. They regarded him as entirely normal and friendly. Our knowledge of Mr. Allen is strictly limited to this account. Now, we caught a glimpse of that type of demeanor back in 2017. Here in an eyewitness exclusive, we hear from a man appearing to be Allen during his time as a student at Caltech.
So this is a video of him. This video has been floating around, and so people want to know this is the shooter, and this is him in real time. You know, we didn't get video like this of Tyler Robinson. We didn't get video like this of the shooter who shot Donald Trump in the ear. We have this video, and we have a manifesto for the first time. We can discuss all of this. You guys are welcome in the chat. Let's have a discussion. Double tap hit the like button as you come in.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this is to prevent it from moving at all.
Now back out here live, we're also learning that investigators spoke to Allen's sister, who told them that Allen had several weapons inside of their Torrance home that she says he purchased legally, but that their parents did not know were inside of the family home. Reporting live in Torrance, Monica de Anda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
This is more background. We're coming to you live. We're coming to you live, giving you more background. So I think we're ready now. I think we're ready now to go over the timeline. I think we're ready now to go over the timeline of what actually took place. I think we're ready now to go over the timeline of what took place, you guys, and then read the manifesto. You're watching the Perfect Timing podcast, #1 podcast. Let's read the manifesto. Let's read the manifesto. This part and this is the major part. Again, everybody listening, double tap at the like button. This is the manifesto from the shooter. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. I am no longer willing to permit, it says, I am no longer willing to permit the P word and the R word and the T word to coat my hands with his crimes. Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. So, wow, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. He's invoking Christianity in the manifesto. How you guys feel about that? How you guys feel about that? So, it is complicit in the oppressor's crime. I experience rage thinking about everything this administration has done. That contradicts the sentence above. This is from an educated man, a teacher, and an engineer. So he calls in Christian behavior, and then in the next sentence, talk about how much rage he experiences. Anybody familiar with Christianity, any form of this Abrahamic religions, when you experience rage like that, you should have prayed about it and sought counsel from your pastor. I mean, you guys, this is why you come to this channel, because of the things I extrapolate. When we read and we do things, immediately I'm not going to let that go by, because this is a Christian conservative channel, right? So I'm not going to let him call in Christianity and then in the next very line talk about his rage, because that contradicts exactly what he said. This is an engineer. This is a college educated engineer, administration officials, not including Mr. Patel. And then he excuses Kash Patel. These are the same propaganda tactics that Iran used. Now, keep in mind, Iran are white Persians. When I've discussed Iran to you, and I've discussed how Donald Trump is correct in the mission in Iran, why MAGA supports Donald Trump 100%. One of the things I share with you, besides the difference between Shia and Sunni, besides the fact that Russia invaded Iran first in 1944, before a lot of you who know about the Dirty Shah came to be in 1953. Another of the things I highlight in these understandings is that in 1944, when Russia did invade Iran, the KGB didn't have an existence, or the CIA or the MI6, which were the people who installed the Dirty Shah in 1953. People never talk about the full geopolitical scope when we talk about these things, about how the secret police weren't invented before that we installed the Dirty Shah in Iran. But Iran did the same thing when they took hostages in 1980 and they let the black hostages go free. But keep in mind, they didn't let all of the black hostages go free. There was a black soldier that they kept because they said they needed him because of the intel that he had. So it makes me beg to ask, was it really motivated by this racial solidarity that white Persians have with American blacks? I think not. I think not. So this is propaganda. Iran is very good at propaganda, despite the fact that they have people starving and they can't afford bread. They have 500% increase in inflation. I mean, literally, I reported last week that bakeries have closed. Supply chains from wheat from Russia have been shut down. Mills to mill wheat into flour have been bombed or shut down. Iranians are starving. Just like in America, where Secret Service haven't been paid, Iranian soldiers haven't been paid and haven't been fed. But these complexities are being left out. So for some reason in the manifesto, the person who tried to kill President Trump and all of the American leadership is saying he doesn't include Kash Patel. Right? Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, they are targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. I would still go through most everyone here to get the targets if it were absolutely necessary, but I really hope it doesn't come to that. The security at the event is all outside. I walk in with multiple weapons and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. Now, this has been discussed. This has been discussed, the fact that he was able to walk into the facility without anyone. Well, people on one side are saying he had carte blanche, and people like Todd Blanche and Kash Patel are saying that he did not. So take a look at this visual right here that we got up on the screen, everybody. I had this up a minute ago, right? Again, further propaganda by the shooter. I argue the shooter in his liberal, like somebody put in the chat, I argue that the shooter in his liberal training, right? I argue that the shooter in his liberal training is including certain things in the manifesto that he hopes that will go viral. Double tap at the like button, you guys. Get the likes up, man. Help us out with the algorithm. You see the stream is moving kind of slow today. It's Mega Maga Monday. This is a hot news story. We should have a lot more people watch it. We got to get the likes up, right? Everybody, as you come in, get the likes up. We're looking at schematics right here of what it looks like, because people are saying that the shooter had access to the president. So if you see the red dot, that's the suspect that they captured, right? And you see the red square, that's the security checkpoint, right? Then you come all the way back. You have to come all the way back to this gold square here. This is President Trump. He was nowhere near the president, everybody. This is the terrace level. This is the lower level ballroom. Correct? So you hear a lot of naysayers trying to put out, and I just want to know, like Scott Jennings, my brother, how do they love America? Because it seems like they don't love America. From all the player haters and the naysayers who say Trump wasn't protected and this and that, it seems like to me that they don't love America, man, right? Because I'm showing you right here that he was nowhere near the president. And it shouldn't take a YouTuber, but it does, independent media, a YouTuber, to show you this. Everyone has access to what I'm showing you right now. Everyone has access to show. This is this like with Charlie Kirk. They want you to believe a certain scenario. Why don't they just show us? This is what Candace Owens has been saying. Just show us. Don't lie to us. Just show us. I know you have a narrative that you want to put forth, but show me. The terrace level is a different level than the lower ballroom, yes? If you're going to teach the American people, tell the American people the truth. The terrace level where he was apprehended is a total different level than the lower level ballroom. He was nowhere near President Trump, let's be honest. And the Secret Service, who hasn't been paid for 70 days because of a Democratic shutdown, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, The Secret Service have not been paid for 70 days, but they stopped the shooter, and one of the Secret Service is in the hospital because the shooter shot him in the chest. This is much like the shooting that took place before where Trump was shot in the ear. That day, somebody was unalive. Everybody talks about fight, fight, fight. Can I get fight, fight, fight in the chat? Can I get MAGA lives in the chat? Can I say Trump is alive? The president is alive? What people forget is that day, somebody did lose their life. Trump moved his head at the last second and he was shot in the ear, but there was a doctor behind him who was unalive. Everybody today, we can celebrate, right? We're very happy. We're very blessed that the president is still alive, that Mark Rubio, that JD Vance, everybody was safely removed and nobody was injured. The fact remains, though, a Secret Service worker was shot. Despite him not being paid for 70 days, he sacrificed his life, and his job was to protect the office of the president. I hope people understand that it's not to protect Trump. I love Trump, but I love whoever's in the office of the president because I love America and it's America first. So Secret Service will protect the Democratic president. Secret Service will protect a Republican president. Their job is to protect the office of the president, and they're not being paid right now. The Democrats see fit for them not to be paid right now. How do you guys feel about that in the chat? How do you feel about the person who protected the office of the president was shot in the chest? He's in the hospital right now, and his wife and kids are probably at his side, and they haven't got a paycheck for over 2 months. I'm sure they got rent. I'm sure they got mortgages, and they haven't got a paycheck in over 2 months. Tell me, I want to know from you in the chat. Tell me how you feel about that, because that's pretty important. That's pretty important, right? I think it is. I think it is. This channel is a channel where we discuss politics, right? I tell people when you come here, this is the #1 channel for geopolitical debate on YouTube. Geopolitical debate and domestic debate. So it's a valid question. We've talked about the shutdown many a times. We've talked about the 3 principles that the Democrats are asking for to open back up the Department of Homeland Security. I don't know if how many people truly understood that Secret Service workers were affected. I know you knew TSA agents were affected because you felt the pain when you waited in line to go on your trips during spring break. Everybody had to deal with the pain, right? But so you knew TSA agents weren't being paid. You knew air traffic controllers weren't being paid. But until today, over the weekend, where Donald Trump, JD Vance, and 5 of the top leaders of America's life was in danger, nobody knew and understood or even cared that Secret Service workers haven't been paid for over 70 days. Double tap, hit the like button. This is my brother, Scott Jennings, talking about the chaos.
Room on the air live twice now when somebody tried to come in and kill the president. I mean, it's pretty obvious that's what this guy wanted to do, cause maximum damage with the president in the room. I worry about him every day. And I worry about these events. I mean, all those people, I mean, think about president, vice president, most of the line of succession was in the same room and somebody was able to get that close. It's scary, frankly. I'll be honest with you. Conservatives feel under attack.
That's my brother from another mother, Scott Jennings, talking about how conservatives feel under attack. Let's go to that night. Let's go to more video that night. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody.
All I can say is, wow.
Well, I thought the president did well. I'm starting to worry about something, though, which is that the shooter survived, which means on Monday he's going to court, which means there is a danger that people try to make him some sort of hero. Mm. You watch what happened with Luigi, who shot a CEO to death and somehow became a hero. So they said tonight, you saw the worst of America, you saw the best of America. Tonight, you definitely saw the best of America. I hope on Monday we don't see the worst again. I just want to say very clearly, this kind of despicable behavior has no place in America. It has no place on the right. It has no place on the left. We don't know if he was there because he wanted to hurt Democrats or Republicans. Both were there. We don't know if he wanted to hurt journalists or politicians. Both were there. This kind of behavior has no place in America. And it's wrong. Violence is not the way to resolve any grievances. And this cheerleader culture for violence, for people who think that the answer to our problems is to go shooting billionaires or going to synagogues or all these different things, has to be called out immediately. The minute it starts, every single person with a platform must denounce it, or we're going to see this again.
I couldn't agree more with you, Van. And also, anybody who attempts to rationalize it.
Right.
You know, I think in the wake of some of these things, you get people who are saying, well, you know, you could see how someone might feel a certain. No. There's no place for rationalization of it, encouragement of it, coddling of it. I couldn't agree with you more. That's well stated. I think on the president's press conference, extremely well handled, extremely responsible, perfect tone. And you know what I liked about what I'm seeing? You got the president there, and he's usually jousting with the media. Very respectful of Whcd, very respectful of the press that was in the room. Yeah. They were respectful of him because they had just gone through something together. And all of them very complimentary of law enforcement. Mm-hmm. So you think about all the different elements of our government and society that were in the room: political leaders, media, law enforcement, other important people. I mean, they all occupy different corners of our political affairs. And yet, look how quickly they got information to the public. Look at the tone they were using with each other. Look at the details that we now have. We're under control here. And different layers of government, federal, local.
The mayor did a great job.
And that press. So I don't know. It was a terrible thing that happened. And then I saw a whole bunch of people do exactly the right thing in the right way with the right tone. And that ought to make us feel good as Americans and locals here.
I agree. That was Van Jones, Scott Jennings talking about how Trump responded. And I think Trump responded like a president in charge, like he always does. I'm very proud of my president.
Wow.
I'm very
all I can say is, wow.
I'm very proud of my president. I'm very proud of my president.
Attack. I mean, we've had Charlie. We've had 2-3 assassination attempts on the president. Scott's gonna break down a couple things how conservatives feel, and this is where I was talking about earlier. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. This is absolutely disgusting. Remember, I said Jimmy Kimball and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and their disgusting reaction to what happened to the president. Tim Walz said this: Minnesota Democratic Governor Tim Walz drew sharp criticism Monday after joking at a Labor Day picnic that he half expected to wake up to news of President Trump's unaliving remarks that drew laughter from supporters. Walz was referencing viral social media rumors claiming Trump had been unalived. This is what he said verbatim. You get up in the morning and you doom scroll through things. You woke up the last few days thinking there might be news. Walt said, smiling, just saying there will be news sometime. There will be news. Like, are they hoping and planning that something goes wrong with Trump? Like, this is absolutely disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting. So you have that, and then you also have Jimmy Kimball with a disgusting joke, right? And not only did Jimmy Kimball make a joke about President Trump and being and what might happen to him, like what the guy tried to do over the weekend, but Jimmy Kimball included the president's wife. I mean, these guys just go below the belt. And then they want to say, when they're in the debate with our brother Scott Jennings, oh, it's not just Democrats. I mean, it's Republican. I don't see any Republicans with late night talk shows. You know what I'm saying? Do you guys know any Republicans with late night talk shows who have the power and influence of a Jimmy Kimball or a Colbert? Colbert ended Jasmine Crockett's career. Can we have a talk this morning? They love saying Scott Jennings is just a co-anchor. I don't even know if you can call Scott Jennings a co-anchor because he's not really officially a part of any show. He's just a CNN contributor, right? So who do you have on the right? Who do you have on the right? I talk a lot about Charlie Kirk
and my love for Charlie Kirk, and I always pray for Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk's memory. You know what I say about Charlie Kirk? I bring up Blexit and why I'm Republican, in the work that Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens did with Blexit and helping Black Americans understand how Democrat and the Democratic Party have failed them and how they would benefit more politically advantageously from being Republicans. I truly respected his work. The thing about Charlie Kirk that I say and really got me upset, and you see a lot of this now with this Trump stuff, is that Charlie Kirk was not platformed in the way he is now. Charlie Kirk was a lot like the Mug Club and Steven Crowder. Even Candace Owens doesn't like Steven Crowder because Steven Crowder is a man's man. And I don't expect Candace Owens to like Steven Crowder. I love Steven Crowder. I'm a man, right? I'm a man's man. I believe in father and family and God and country. So I love Steven Crowder. I love Charlie Kirk. I love what they did. My point is that compared to a Colbert or a Kimmel, even on YouTube, Charlie Kirk wasn't platformed. You had to go find him. If you don't know who Steven Crowder is, then you won't see his content. You have to go find him. And these people got millions of subscribers and millions of views. So when people came out all upset at Charlie Kirk, you know what pissed me off the most is that I knew for a fact that they never had watched Charlie Kirk and they didn't have enough knowledge about him to make the evil statements that they were making. They saw a couple clips. This is what real propaganda is. They saw a couple clips created by the media that the media wanted them to know who Charlie Kirk was. Nobody never knew how much Charlie Kirk loved God, loved the Lord, loved his wife, loved his family, loved his country, loved his president. All you heard about, and this is what the Democrats are programming them. This is why the violence is, because what do I say every day? I say the Democrats want you to look at everything through a racial lens. The Democrats need you to look at everything through a partisan lens. So the Democrats make you look at everything through a racial lens, and they put these racial travesties or these racial narratives and tropes in front of you, and everybody get upset. Everybody was in the streets celebrating the assassination of a father. An innocent man that we all saw shot. It was the most sick and perverted thing on the #1 country in America. And it was because of the media's propaganda and the same thing they do to Trump. Trump is this, Trump is that, Trump is this, Trump is that. Even in the manifesto I read, that Trump had done things that he had not done. No president would be president. You would be charged. You would be in prison. But they listen to these 34 felony counts, and they don't understand that it was a misdemeanor, a paper crime that never had been turned into a felony. They look at Diddy, and they look at the 1,000 bottles of baby oil and all of the bullshit behind no sex trafficking charges, and they believe everything they see on the news, despite the fact that there's no proof of it. They believe the Russia hoax. This is why it's so important that Tulsi Gabbard prosecute Comer and Obama, not because it's lawfare, not because we want Obama to get in trouble. He won't go to jail. He won't do a perp walk. But we need the American people to understand the lengths that these Democrats and these leftists went to cast this color and this narrative over our Republican leaders, like a Trump, like a Charlie Kirk, that drives this violence, that pushes this violence. And I promise you, they never saw one Charlie Kirk episode. It wasn't available like that. They never saw one Charlie Kirk episode. Just like right now, I'm saving Steven Crowder and the Mud Club. Do you know how many people are clueless to who I'm talking about? They don't know who Steven Crowder is in the Mud Club. That's how much they knew about Charlie Kirk. They didn't platform him. YouTube didn't like Charlie Kirk. YouTube didn't like Charlie Kirk. They didn't put him on your timeline. He wasn't good for ad revenue. He is now like a rapper in his death post, how do they say, post, whatever they say. He's good for YouTube now. Charlie Kirk was not on your FYP. Double tap hit the like button. Charlie Kirk was not on your FYP. That's what disgusts me. And that's my point about how do we get to the violence. When we read the manifesto, when we read the timeline of how he was radicalized, it starts with jokes like this. Listen to this. This is Jimmy Kimmel. And I'm going into this diatribe. I'm doing this whole soliloquy because I am arguing there is nobody with this power and influence on the right. I'm waiting for somebody, put it in the chat. Who is the late night talk show host on HBO or ABC who represents the right? You have Bill Maher on cable TV. He's a Democrat. You have Colbert. You have Kimmel. Who do you have on the right? America voted for Trump 80%. You have a Republican House, a Republican Senate, a Republican president. Who do you have on the right on television? Because you're going to hear for the next couple of days, hey, the rhetoric comes from both sides. The rhetoric comes from the Democrats and the Republicans. The rhetoric, who do we have on the right with a voice like a Colbert, like a Bill Maher, or a Kimmel? Listen to this. Double tap, hit the like button. Let me bring it back. This is Jimmy Kimmel making a joke about our president and the wife.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Is that a joke? Is that funny? A glow like an expected widow.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. Our first.
Do you believe that? This is live on television. This is someone who's supposed to be an American talking about American president to an American wife. In the middle of a geopolitical conflict, we have an Iranian conflict. We're trying to get peace with Russia and Ukraine and stop a global conflict. We have several wars. We have Israel, Gaza, Israel, Lebanon. We have conflict in Cuba, conflict Venezuela, conflict with Starmer, Macron, and NATO. And this is the joke. This is the joke. In 2026, with everything, this is the joke. Aside from the assassination attempt, this is the tenor, this is the tone of the Democratic left. That is my argument that I put forth of why we're seeing this violence. This is the tenor, this is the tone of the Democratic left.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
How do you like that? How do you like that? Straight up. How do you like that? You having a glow of an expected widow. And then keep in mind, I started off with Tim Walz. Democrat, Minnesota Democratic Governor Tim Walz drew sharp criticism Monday after joking he expected to wake up to news of President Trump's, you see the word, I'm not even going to read it. And then he says, you get up in the morning and you doom scroll and you woke up last few days thinking there might be news. Walz said, smiling, just saying there will be news sometime. There will be news. It's like the Democrats are hoping and wishing and praying violence upon an American president. How do you guys feel about that? How do you guys feel about that? That he is hoping and praying violence on an American president. And what we're talking about today is the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Let's look at this manifesto again. How many people have got a chance to read the manifesto? How many people got a chance to read the manifesto? Let's take a look at the manifesto again. Just a piece of the manifesto. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. I am no longer willing to permit a P word and an R word and a T word to coat my hands with his crimes. Do you guys hear this? This is why I bring up the SDNY 34 felonies, because there are individuals who have TDS, and me and my chat talk about the TDS. The TDS is real. The mental illness and the belief that the lawfare against this president, when we talk about the Russia hoax, they tied Putin to Trump in the first administration, and it was a lie. What we are learning from Tulsi Gabbard is that Obama and Biden and the Clinton mafia had a meeting. Double tap, hit the like button. We don't have enough likes. We got a lot of people watching. Let's get the likes up. Thank you, and I love you supporting me and watching. What we're learning from Tulsi Gabbard is that there was a meeting of the Obama leadership and Obama administration of how to sandbag the Trump administration. We already know that Obama okayed Trump phone being tapped while he was campaigning. Do you guys understand this? This is leading up to Arctic Frost. We understand that Obama tapped Trump's phone when he was campaigning in the first administration to stop him from becoming president. Part of that is the Russia hoax that Hillary Clinton came up with. They had a meeting, and Hillary Clinton, this is much like Jeffrey Epstein, who came up with the Stormy Daniels tactic that he told Stacey Plaskett to use in the Congress when she was questioning Michael Cohen, Trump's lawyer. Do you guys understand how deep this is? Do you guys understand? So these people believe the lies of the left and the lies that Obama and Hillary and Biden told and tried to sell the American people during the political campaign. You know, political elections in America get dirty. So to beat Trump, they made up a lot of lies. And this is why Trump has won over $30 million in lawsuits with fake news lawsuits against NBC and CBS. How many people know it was 15 million over here and 14 million over there? Why would a judge make these companies pay a billionaire millions of dollars? Because they actually lied about the Russia hoax. There is no connection between Putin and Trump. Remember, in the first administration today, they try to put to sandbag Trump's administration the second time. They want to put Trump in bed with Bibi Netanyahu. I've debunked this Israel collusion. There is no Israel collusion, right? In the first administration, they wanted to put Trump in the bed with Putin, but the Russia collusion turned out to be a hoax. And I promise you, after this administration, it will come to light after America and the petrodollar, after America is readjusted and NATO is readjusted and the energy is readjusted, then the people will understand what Trump was doing, and people will understand that there was no Israel collusion. After the world comes out of this era and now America has a strong dollar, America is viable in Web 3.0 and in the future, because we weren't under Biden. We didn't have the minerals and the resources to create the semiconductor chips to be viable. If you've learned about dirty data centers, if you listen to BlackRock and Elon Musk at Davos talk about a global blockchain, then you understand the significance of Greenland, Cuba, Venezuela, and the oil in Iran, and what Trump is doing to set up America for the future. People will understand that has shit to do with Israel. So there is no Israel collusion. There is no Russia collusion. And then Trump never committed any of the crimes that they used in the political campaign. Trump never did this P word. That was Jeffrey Epstein. The only person that you can find that was close to that was Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was in the hot tub. Bill Clinton was in an interview recently laughing about taking pictures with young women while hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein in a motherfucking hot tub, matching Versace shirts. You understand what I'm saying? Thank you to Jasmine Crockett with her crocodile tears, because of Jasmine Crockett and the lazy intellect of the Democrats, Jasmine Crockett attempted to say and to, like, just like they do with the violence. The Democrats' answer is not to fix the problem on the left, but the Democrats say, you know what, there's violence on both sides. No, that's not true. You need to fix your shit. Jasmine Crockett tried to say that Jeffrey Epstein donated to both people on both sides. And what we said is, no, that's actually not true. Well, what we found out that that's not true thanks to Jasmine Crockett. How do we find out that that's not true? Well, Jasmine Crockett tried to assassinate the character of a Republican congressperson by saying he received donations from Jeffrey Epstein. Turns out it was a lie. When the IRS checked, because all of the donations to all of the politicians are public. So when you check the files of the IRS donations on both the left and the right, what we found, because Jasmine Crockett lied on news and she had to apologize and take back her statement. You guys don't know why Jasmine Crockett is fired. Jasmine Crockett should have been fired. Jasmine Crockett was a horrible politician. How many of you know about these mistakes that she actually made? The only reason, think about why the Republicans have such a dominating hold over politics. The only reason I can say with 100% confidence that Jeffrey Epstein never donated money to a Republican or the Republican Party is because of Jasmine Crockett's fuck up. Double tap, hit the like button. You guys got to be honest about this. The only reason we can say Jeffrey Epstein never donated to the Republican Party or a Republican is because of Jasmine Crockett's fuck up. So when this guy on the screen calls Donald Trump all these names, he's meaning to talk about Jeffrey Epstein and he's meaning to talk about Bill Clinton and all of the Democrats that hung out on Epstein Island, Bill Gates, the guy who was a director, the magician, all of the Democrats. And thank you, Jasmine Crockett. Thank you, Stacey Plaskett. Thank you, Hakeem Jeffries, because you can find no Republicans like you. You can find no Republicans who tried to get Jeffrey Epstein to donate after 2008, who tried to go to dinner with Jeffrey Epstein after 2008, who tried to get him to meet with Obama after 2008. You can't find a Stacey Plaskett on the right. Do you know we would know about it by now? You can't find a Stacey Plaskett on the right. You can't find a Republican Congress or Republican senator who was taking money from Jeffrey Epstein, texting him on the phone, taking advice from him while doing their job in Congress or Senate after 2008. You can only find this with the Democrats. Yet and still, the young man on the screen has in his manifesto, let me read it again. I am an American citizen. What my representatives do reflects on me. I am no longer willing to permit a P word, a R word, and a T word to coat my hands with his crimes. He doesn't, this is the sick part about the liberals and the Democrats. He doesn't refer to Nancy Pelosi being worth $400 million. He doesn't refer to Ilhan Omar being worth $30 million. He doesn't refer to Bill Clinton actually getting a fellatio from a 20-year-old while being old and married and in the White House. He doesn't refer to that. He doesn't refer to Bill Clinton after having Monica Lewinsky save the dress, being caught with Jeffrey Epstein in a hot tub, matching suits, no Democrat, no Republican ever receiving money from Epstein. But he goes on to say that he committed this crime for what is this is why I'm so passionate and so triggered, because I don't understand why he did this crime. He is saying that Trump or the Republicans are a P word, but he doesn't call out any Democratic crime. It's like no accountability. Like he said, what my representatives do reflects on me. So what about the $19 billion allegedly stolen from the Somalians in Minnesota? You know what I'm saying? This makes no sense, right? He only sees the fake news and the lawfare for the Democrats. There's no proof that Trump did any of these things. Trump is one of the most patriotic presidents. Trump has never been convicted of any type of sexual crime or even charged. He hasn't even been charged. The crime in New York, the 34 counts, the felonies is a paper crime. He was charged because he wrote his lawyer a check. The SDNY, Letitia James, this is why Pam Bondi got fired, because Trump said prosecute Letitia James for the lawfare. This case even got thrown out. This is an engineer and a teacher. He should have been able to read the goddamn court transcripts and figure this out. Trump paid Michael Cohen $100,000. This was a misdemeanor and a paper crime. Letitia James and SDNY argued that Trump paid this money in efforts to circumvent the 2020 election. And that's why they were able, the judge agreed with their argument and allowed them to charge the one count as a felony instead of a misdemeanor with 34 counts. That's what happened. Trump has never been charged for any of this salacious stuff. Let's keep going with what this guy said. He said, turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. I am not making this up. We are reading the manifesto of the young man on the screen. This is the shooter at the White House shooting. And yes, he shot somebody. A Secret Service was shot in the chest. He's in the hospital. The Secret Service agents have not been paid for 70 fucking days. Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. I'm going to tell you right now, young man, shooting someone is not Christian behavior. He said it is complicit in the oppressor's crime. I experience rage thinking about everything this administration has done. Again, rage is not Christian behavior. Shooting people is not Christian behavior. Rage is not Christian behavior. If you are a Christian and you feel rage, you're supposed to pray about it and seek counsel, read the Bible, pray, and go to an elder and seek counsel. Work through it like everybody else. Go to anger management. You don't do what you did, especially if you're an educated engineer and a teacher with people looking up to you and depending on you. I don't understand how he says he's a Christian and says he experiences rage thinking about everything. That is someone who has a problem. Let me keep going. We're reading the manifesto of the shooter of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, they are targets, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary. So he is saying in the manifesto, number one, Kash Patel is absolved. I think he's playing mind games because he's one of these young people, and we've already identified that he has some mental health issues and a lack of understanding. So I think he wants to play mind games with the people who may read this, who have minds and thought processes like him. He is not including Kash Patel in his target list. But in the next sentence, he iterates that he would still go through most everyone. You guys understand what he's saying? He has a list of the top 5 individuals who happen to be in that room. Everyone's at that dinner. Democrats are saying, was there a better plan? Do we have a survivor? There's supposed to be a survivor, but everybody's at that dinner. He put in his email, in his tweet, that he knew that everybody was at that dinner. Did you guys know? He put in his email, in his tweet, that he knew that everybody was at that dinner. So, I mean, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, they are targets. So Kash Patel is absolved, but he says he will go through everybody to get to Donald Trump. Listen to this. The security at the event is all outside. I walk in with multiple weapons and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. Why would he say that? Why would he say Kash Patel is absolved, and why would he talk about the security? Both things, I believe, are propaganda, and I have stated that that is not true. I showed a schematic, and I know a lot of people have it. I'm not the first one, but I show a picture of what this looks like, and he was nowhere near the president. He was nowhere near the president. So why would he put in his manifesto that he had access to the president, he was close to the president, when he was nowhere near the president? He was nowhere near the president, and he didn't have access to the president. Huh? Why would he put that? Why would he say Kash Patel is absolved? He didn't give a reason why Kash Patel was absolved. He just said Kash Patel is absolved. He didn't say why he felt Kash Patel was absolved, but he said Kash Patel was absolved. I'm saying, why would he say that? Why would he say that? This is a schematic that I showed earlier. As we read what the shooter wrote. The shooter wrote, I'll read it to you as we look at this. The shooter wrote, the security at the event is all outside. I walk in with multiple weapons and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. Why would he say that? And he also says administration officials, not including Kash Patel. Why would he say that? Now, when we look at this schematic, what we see is there is a security checkpoint. This is the entrance to the hotel, which he was an actual resident. So they wouldn't have any reason to stop him from going to his room. He has a room key. He has a reservation. He's checked into the hotel. He has legal weapons. It's America. He can legally have these weapons. He can legally be in his room. It's almost like he's sending out racist dog whistles. Do you guys hear it? Are there any people in the chat that hear the racist dog whistles? Why am I being allowed? Is he inferring because he's a person of color? This is very odd. You have a room at the hotel. Do you want people to stop every black person? You have a room at the hotel. There's no reason you should have been stopped. You have a room at the hotel. Your weapons are legal. You haven't done anything wrong. Until you attacked the president, you hadn't committed a crime. There was no reason for anyone to be worried until you attacked the president. So I don't understand why he would infer that, right? Until you attacked the president, there was no reason for anyone to consider you a criminal. And if they did, that would be racist. So in his manifesto, it is so confusing. And I think it's purposely confusing. I think it's purposely confusing, right? I think it's purposely confusing to trigger more people like himself because they don't have real facts. Why not bring out real facts? Instead, they have this propaganda. This is the video. Remember, I just showed you the schematic. I showed you the schematic. Now, in the blueprints that I showed you, this is different levels. In the blueprint that I showed you, is different levels, right? He is on the terrace level again as a guest in the hotel. He is on the terrace level as a guest in the hotel, right? That's what I'm presenting to you. He is on the terrace level as a guest in the hotel. And he has access to the hotel. And then I'm going to show the video. I just had it up where he ran past security, right? But what I want to show to you right here before I show the video, because this is not evident on the video, he was captured on the terrace level. The president and the leadership was on a lower level ballroom. He was nowhere near the president. I'm circling President Donald Trump. President Donald Trump was on a lower level ballroom in a secured area. He was nowhere near the president. He was on the terrace level when apprehended of the hotel where he was a resident. He was apprehended here. Let's go to the video so I can show you when he was apprehended, right? I'm going to the video so I can show you when he was apprehended, right? This is him being apprehended. This is him rushing the security guards at the terrace level. Nowhere near the president. You're watching the Perfect Timing podcast. Make sure you hit the like button. Wow. You guys see it? Let's see if we can slow this down because that's kind of fast, right? Sometimes I have the ability to slow it down. This video, no, it's not letting us slow it down. Sometime we could slow it down. Let's see if this. No, that doesn't slow it down. Wow. He's moving fast, y'all. He is moving fast at the speed of light. Remember what I read to you. And remember what I showed you. This is on the terrace level, the president and the leadership on the lower ballroom. President Trump shares surveillance video of the suspect charging through security. Wow. And you see them immediately going to action. He does get past them. Reporters inside the ballroom captured moments law enforcement evacuated White House officials and lawmakers as the suspect was apprehended. This is from a reporter inside the venue. You see the cameras, the cell phones. This is someone's cell phone footage, different from footage you've seen earlier. They're getting all the leadership out. That's the press secretary. Everybody's going. Cell phone footage, independent media. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Double tap, get the likes up, everybody. Double tap, get the likes up, everybody. Let's go over a timeline, you guys. Let's go over a time. You guys want to do a timeline? I got some more stuff I want to show. Before we get to the timeline. I got some more stuff. I want to go over the timeline of events.
Where? Where do you want us to go? We'll go. Move. Where?
Act like they didn't want them to say their life, man. Act like they didn't want them to say their life. This the press, man, that won't get out the way, man. Correspondence dinner shooter to be arraigned on Monday. Double tap, hit the like button, y'all. Let's get some news.
Part-time teacher from California. He's facing federal firearm and assault charges. You see him here in this photo. We have learned that the suspect purchased 2 firearms legally in recent years. You're looking at one of them, a shotgun. And just before the attack, he allegedly sent a note to family members expressing political anger and plans to target members of the administration. Well, he wrote in that note, quote, "I don't expect forgiveness."
We did obtain this so-called manifesto. That is what agents and administration officials are referring to, these writings from the suspect. We are told that he sent this manifesto to his family members roughly 10 minutes before the incident occurred. But these officials also told me that the
Blanche appeared to be targeting members of Trump administration. White House suspect brother notified police of alleged manifesto minutes before shooting. Investigators writing indicated anti-Trump admin ideology rhetoric about admin and officials.
Family member
Cole Tomas Allen. Cole Tomas Allen, 31-year-old engineer and teacher, now charged for attempted assassination of the president of the United States. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast, #1 channel on YouTube for geopolitical debate. Let me know in the chat what you think about the subject. I do see someone saying, a couple people saying in the chat, he could not open carry in DC. I acknowledge, duly noted and acknowledged. The chat has spoken. Cole Tomas Allen was not supposed to be allowed to open carry in DC. The chat has spoken. Let's keep going.
members did not see this until after the incident, and that's when they reported it to local authorities. One thing is clear, though, in these writings, this suspect did set out to harm cabinet officials in Trump's cabinet. In fact, this line in particular, it says, administration officials, they are targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. And then he goes into saying that he's not going to be targeting law enforcement. Of course, we know he did end up exchanging fire with one of those agents who, of course, thankfully was wearing protection.
Wow, CNN left out the part where he said, "I'm not going to target Kash Patel." Did she purposely just do that? Wow. Did you guys see that? She left out the part where he said, "I'm not going to target Kash Patel." Wow.
Protective gear and is expected to be all right.
So joining me now is CNN senior law enforcement analyst Andrew McCabe. So Andy, to start, can you talk about the value of a manifesto? I have to admit, when there are mass shootings, we tend not to quote from them. What's going to be significant in this?
Yeah, Audie, so the primary thing that investigators are looking for right off the bat is to make sure that there's no evidence of additional plotting. Are there other people connected to this person who might be like-minded, who are thinking about doing the same thing, or who may have helped him execute his plan? And so the manifesto can be enormously helpful with that. Once you've resolved that question in your mind, you're fairly confident that there's no one else involved here, there's still a real a high priority on mining as much intelligence as you possibly can about why this person did what they did. And let's be clear, investigators are collecting evidence to be able to help prove the prosecution. That's going on in one channel, but alongside that is a broader scope of intelligence that you're looking for to answer that why question. And the reason is, the more we learn about why people resort to political violence or arm themselves with weapons and go into events like this, the better.
He was highly educated, family highly educated, brothers and sisters, all college graduates, parents, college graduates. He was a teacher and an engineer. He was a teacher and an engineer. I think it's time, because I see the chat. I think it's time for me to go over the timeline. I got 7 deep dive receipts, but I put together a timeline. The reason why you're here, double tap it to like, the reason why you're here is because of the research that I do and the love I have for my craft. The research that I do and the love I have for my craft, I'm able to present some unique perspectives, because I actually, and this is true with a lot of independent media on YouTube. You know what I mean? And it's because we're required to be better in order to garner the attention of the audience. So one of the things I wanted to do with my deep dive today is go over my seven pillars. You know, I always give my 7 pillars, but I wanted to go over the timeline, right? I wanted to go over the timeline and going back a little while. Let me see. Let me see. I got a couple different tables here I put together here. Let me see. Let me bring up my timeline. I have a timeline here going back to 2014. Let me read you a couple things I have here. The Battle of the Hilton, the boots on the ground, the target, President Trump, the First Lady, VP JD Vance were all at the head of the table when the breach happened at 8:36 p.m. The suspect, Cole Tomas Allen, a 31-year-old engineer from Torrance, California, have traveled by train and was staying at the hotel as a guest. This is what I was saying earlier. He traveled by train and was staying at the hotel as a guest. Let me see some more. Let me see some more here. He was staying at the hotel. Suspect, and okay, the gear. He wasn't just protesting. He had a shotgun. He had a handgun, multiple knives. He tried to charge a magnometer line to get into the ballroom. The heroism, the Secret Service agent took a round to the vest while tackling him. The agent is expected to be fine, but it shows how close he got. The manifesto reports are coming out that he sent a message to his family 10 minutes before the strike. Let me see what else I got here. Let me see. Arsenal. Let me see what else I got here. Where's my timeline, baby? Where's my timeline, baby? Where's my timeline? Let me see here. I got this timeline I put together. I'll be doing so much research, man. Cole Tomas Allen arraignment underway in D.C. 1,000-word Cold Force Manifesto uncovered. 12-gauge shotgun, 38 caliber pistol recovered at the Hilton. Why was Kash Patel the only name spared? The system desperate developing. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. My 7 deep dives. Number 1, the friendly federal assassin title. Why Allen specifically chose this branding, how it mirrors federal psychological profiles. 2, Kash Patel exemption, why the FBI director was the only official explicitly spared in the 1,000-word document. The Hilton perimeter breach, how an engineer bypassed heavy security by plotting internal hotel arrogance. Arsenal, analyzing the 12-gauge buckshot and the 38 caliber, the choice of a man who didn't plan on missing. The brothers' warning, why the New London, Connecticut police had the manifesto 10 minutes before the first shot but couldn't stop it. Wow. The No Kings connection, Alice Pass, California protest groups, and how the Why Awakes influenced the strike. The Red Alliance security, how the Secret Service vest and immediate tackling of the shooter saved the Republic. That's what you see behind you in the video. That's what you see behind you in that video. I got JD Vance. Okay, here go my timeline. Let's go to JD Vance. I got my timeline. Let's go to JD Vance. And let's go some more details. Let's get some more details. Come on, man, we froze. Let's get some more details. Let's get some more details, and then we'll get to the timeline. Let's get some more details, and then we'll get to the timeline that I put together.
You know, I've been in this room on the air live twice now when somebody tried to come in and kill the president. I mean, it's pretty obvious that's what this guy wanted to do, cause maximum damage with the president in the room. I worry about him every day. And I worry about these events. I mean, all those people, I mean, think about it. President, vice president, most of the line of succession was in the same room, and somebody was able to get that close. It's scary, frankly. I'll be honest with you. Conservatives feel under attack. I mean, we've had Charlie, we've had 2, 3 assassination attempts on the president. I'm hearing a lot of that this morning. I thought the president was amazing last night. The guy's unflappable. He goes to the White House podium and struck the exact right tone. His rapport with Whcd, the head of the White House Correspondents Association, was excellent. I think, you know, they had all gone through something together, and the way he handled it was right on, in my opinion. Final issue for me, law enforcement. These guys are heroes. The guy who took a bullet is a Secret Service agent. He's going to be okay. We're not paying these guys. It's outrageous. 70 days, the Department of Homeland Security with the Secret Service tucked under there, unfunded. It's outrageous. And the people who've got it shut down right now ought to think long and hard about that night last night. And, you know, what that means to a cop who has to show up and take a bullet. Every American ought to be outraged by it.
I agree. Every American ought to be outraged by it, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Well, that's my brother from another mother.
You know, I've been in this room on the air live twice now when somebody.
That's my brother from another mother, Scott. What else you got for us, Scott? Scott been dropping lugs all day. Scott been dropping lugs all day.
Tried to come in and kill the president. I mean, it's pretty obvious that's what this guy wanted to do, cause maximum damage with the president in the room. I worry about him every day.
Pray for the president, everybody. Pray for the president. Let's see what else my brother Scott had to say. After 3 attempts on Trump
much online.
You can understand why we're on edge as conservatives, though. 3 times the president, Steve Scalise, Brett Kavanaugh, Charlie Kirk. Heck, there was even a plot against Russ Vought the other day, who's the head of the Office of Management and Budget. I mean, conservatives are, I think, rightfully on edge because this keeps happening over and over and over again. And people keep calling Donald Trump a Nazi, and they keep calling him a fascist, and they keep repeating lies about him that are not true, yet they keep getting repeated regarding Epstein and other things. I'm just telling you, as a conservative who lives in this every day, my friend was murdered last year. My president's had 3 assassination attempts. I have a knot in my stomach about it every day that I wake up.
The left is not the only people doing this, and the right does just as much online.
You can understand why we're on edge as conservatives, though. 3 times the president, Steve Scalise, Brett Kavanaugh, Charlie.
Do you guys put a 1 in the chat? Do you understand why conservatives are on edge? Is that reasonable? Is it reasonable for conservatives to be concerned? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree.
I mean, lunatics who's come to kill the president. 3 assassination attempts on the president now. Charlie is dead. You have people on the left lionizing Luigi Mangione.
Well, there's a bar in Wisconsin.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
You have polling showing a tolerance for political violence on the left. And I heard Hakeem Jeffries say this week, it's maximum warfare all the time.
We are in an era of maximum warfare. Everywhere, all the time.
We have a violent streak on the left and a rhetoric problem on the left, and it must be acknowledged
So
today.
when I was at the Department of Justice, what we found is after the 2020 election, there was a significant rise of threats to all elected leaders, state legislators, some who were killed.
It's not all. Look at the chat. Look at this comment I just highlighted. They say it's everybody, but look at my chat. Imagine being my job, or imagine being the president, and you got to deal with people who say things like this. We're talking about someone's life. His son, Barron, is only 18. He has a wife. He has other children. And you know what I say a lot about people who wish this type of stuff on other people, man? It's like, you haven't read your Bible, man. Whatever you read, you haven't read it because you don't understand the way math works. I would never say something like this about someone else, not publicly out loud, out your mouth. It shows the level of ignorance. It shows the level of ignorance, and it also shows to her, to whatever she's saying, that the same level of rhetoric doesn't exist on the right. It just doesn't. You don't have people in my chat who are Republicans who wish the same thing on Democrats. We make jokes about Jasmine Crockett because we know she's incompetent. She's a DEI hire. She's not good enough to do the job. Stacey Plaskett is incompetent. She's not good enough to do the job. Ilhan Omar is corrupt, fraudulent. 19 billion. She helped them get the law passed. That's why we make, but I've never said anything should happen to Ilhan Omar besides her maybe being prosecuted for her crimes. Jasmine Crockett, AOC, being prosecuted. That's what we want. Republicans, I never hear Republicans saying something like the comment you see on your screen. I've never heard it. We call out the ignorance. We call out the propaganda. Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know what we called out about Marjorie Taylor Greene? When Jasmine Crockett called her everything from her mother's maiden name, Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't quit. Trump says one thing, and she says, oh, Trump made me quit. But I remember, MTG, I remember when Jasmine Crockett called you every name in the book, and it went viral. But you turn your back on the president. We have a right to call people out like that, but no one ever said we want something. The fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene was fired is good enough. The fact that Pam Bondi is fired is good enough. The fact that Jasmine Crockett is fired is good enough. It's good enough. We never want anything more than that. We want capable people in the job. We want people who know how to do the job, who have been trained to do the job. Jasmine Crockett should be fired. That's it. That's it. Ilhan Omar should be fired and prosecuted. Tim Walz should be fired and prosecuted. That's why he stepped down. Jacob Fry should be fired and prosecuted. That's what we call for.
This guy's obviously another of these left-wing lunatics who's come to kill the president. 3 assassination attempts on the president now. Charlie is dead. You have people on the left lionizing Luigi Mangione.
Well, there's a bar in
you have-
Wisconsin.
let me finish.
Yeah.
You have polling showing a tolerance for political violence on the left. And I heard Hakeem Jeffries say this week, it's maximum warfare all the time.
We are in an era of maximum warfare. Everywhere, all the
We
time.
have a violent streak on the left and a rhetoric problem on the left, and it must be acknowledged today.
It must be. So someone in the chat says, statistically, the right does way more crime. The facts, so I don't know what you mean. What's the statistic? This happens a lot in the chat where they make this false claim and it leads to violence. Your false claims are leading to violence. I have detailed that Trump has never been accused of or prosecuted for anything nefarious. Anything nefarious. The 34 count felony case, the Stormy Daniels case, he has not been charged with anything nefarious. Never in the Epstein files, he is not linked to anything nefarious. Bill Clinton is, Democrats are. Jeffrey Epstein, Democrats still have $35,000. This is why if someone wants to say it's staged to a Republican who is intelligent, this is what's staged about it. What's staged about it is you can't prove or back up what you say. Donald Trump has never been charged for anything nefarious. Bill Clinton was in the White House. Can we talk about it this morning? Bill Clinton was in the White House while married, having sex with a young woman, then caught on tape lying, then caught in hot tubs, then caught on camera, then caught with matching Versace shirts, then caught in the birthday book. Bill Gates caught divorced by his wife. Bill Gates' wife right now, not yesterday, she's not dead, she's alive. Bill Gates, Google it right now. Melinda Gates, you don't have to believe me. You do not have to believe me. Donald Trump is the only one that called the police right now. Google it. Melinda Gates, why did you divorce the richest man in the world? Melinda Gates, why did you divorce the richest man in the world? I asked him to stop being friends with Jeffrey Epstein. I asked him no more meetings with Jeffrey Epstein. Double tap at the like button. Melinda Gates is not married to Bill Gates. Melinda Gates is not married to Bill Gates. Why? You can Google it right now. There's no Republican money. Jasmine Crockett, crocodile tears, crying. Boo-hoo-hoo. The Democrats traded on me. Yes, because you ain't shit. Jasmine Crockett crying, crocodile tears. The reason we know that there are no Republican receptors of Jeffrey Epstein donors because Jasmine Crockett lied. Isn't she the greatest gift to the Republicans? You know, Jasmine Crockett, we love you and we miss you. The only reason we know Jeffrey Epstein never donated money to a single Republican is because Jasmine Crockett lied on television. On television, she said Jeffrey Epstein donated to Republicans. And guess what the Republicans did immediately? Check the IRS. Check the IRS. And guess what they found? Not one Republican ever received the money from Jeffrey Epstein. But yet still here we are today with a third person who's attempting to unalive. With a third person who's attempted to unalive Donald Trump based on these Democratic narratives and tropes. It's not true. Even if you want to take even if you want to take Stormy Daniels, he legally, Stormy Daniels was consensual. That's why he's not arrested. Stormy Daniels he legally acquired whatever he did with Stormy Daniels. Stormy Daniels got her money. Stormy Daniels consented. Everything that is in this manifesto, everything that you hear from your local purple-haired protesting Democrat is all propaganda. Everything when they're in the No Kings rally and they're calling Trump the P word and they're calling Trump the R word. There's no proof behind that. Stormy Daniels was not R'd. He's never been a P word. He's not friends with Jeffrey Epstein. He called the police on Jeffrey Epstein. He called the police on Ghislaine Maxwell. You know who still partied with Jeffrey Epstein? You know the video I played Bill Clinton said we had a lot of fun together. Bill Clinton said in the testimony recently, I played it several times on my channel. I love playing it. If you get me pissed off, I'll play it again. Bill Clinton said we had a lot of fun together. And the only reason Bill Clinton stopped being friends with Jeffrey Epstein is because of a business deal. Remember that? Bill Clinton on testimony, on tape, said me and Jeffrey Epstein were friends. I wrote in the birthday book, a lot of people said to Republicans like me, conservative media like me, they said we were not truthful about Bill Clinton writing in Jeffrey Epstein's birthday book. They said you can't prove that's Bill Clinton. Well, Bill Clinton under oath admitted, yes, I wrote him happy birthday in the birthday book. And I told him he had childlike curiosity and we had a lot of fun together. He was my friend. We only stopped being friends because of a business deal, not because he was a piece of shit. It says a lot about Bill Clinton. It says a lot about the Democrats. When you talk about Melinda Gates and you talk about Bill Clinton saying that we're not friends because of a business deal, Bill Clinton wouldn't even say in 2026 that he stopped being friends with Epstein because of his proclivities. No, he said he stopped being friends with Epstein because of a business deal. But yet and still, this young man says in his manifesto, he's going to hold Trump accountable. He doesn't say anything about holding Ilhan Omar accountable. He doesn't say anything about holding Nancy Pelosi accountable. He's in California. Why doesn't he have issue with Gavin Newsom and all of the corruption in California? This young man lives in California. Why doesn't he have issue with all of the corruption in California? We have no light rail, over $37 billion on light rail. No light rail in California, $30 billion in homelessness. No fix to the homelessness. Dog feces, human feces on the ground. Gang violence. The highest gas prices in the world are in California. There are no more oil refineries in California. It's not even believable. Is everybody listening? It's not even believable the selective outrage of the purple hair protesting Democrat. There are no more oil refineries in California. I wish this was being made up. I wish I was saying something to you that you didn't know and that it was a lie. I wish I was lying. I wish I was telling you something that you did not know. But yet and still, this young man who lives in California, works in California, pays the highest gas in the... Oh, I almost cursed. Thank you. Thank you guys for sticking with me today. He pays the highest gas prices in the nation. He's not mad at Gavin Newsom. He's not mad at Karen Bass. I don't get it. He's not mad at Gavin Newsom. He's not mad at the Democrats who've run California into the ground. Remember, I told you there's no more Denny's. There's no more Denny's. Right? There's no more Denny's. They closed the last Denny's. I talked about it. It was the one right there before you get on the Golden Gate, before you get on the Bay Bridge. They closed Denny's. Pier 39 is shut down. San Francisco downtown looks like a ghost town. No more shopping. They break into your car. It's called bipping. This is what you have in California, but he doesn't target Democrats. He did not target Democrats. You guys understand? He didn't target Democrats. I don't want him to target Democrats. I'm just calling out the hypocrisy of his reality. There are no more oil refineries in California. We have the highest gas prices in the country, special gas. We have the highest homelessness, the highest unemployment, the worst education, Crips, Bloods. If you go to Disneyland, they'll rob you and take your life. But he has no qualms with the status quo of California. This is almost, if you say staged, that's the part that seems staged to me, because that part seems unbelievable that you would not have one issue with California. You guys know that the competition in California, do you know there was a Democrat? Let's keep going. Do you know there was a Democrat by the name of Eric Swalwell in California who was an actual P word, who was an actual R word? Isn't this funny? It's not funny, but think about the hypocrisy. Think about the selective outrage. So recently, the head of the Democratic leaders of the Democrats for the governor race in California, Mr. Swalwell, dropped out of the race. Does everybody know why? We played the video of the accuser. She said he drugged her wine, and then 5 other women came out that this Democrat, who was your darling, Gavin Newsom's friend, remember Gavin Newsom slept with his best friend's girlfriend. Remember that. That's your buddy, Gavin Newsom. He doesn't want to hurt Gavin Newsom. But think about Eric Swalwell, somebody he probably would have voted for, who was the head, because he's a Democrat. He was behind Harris, so he probably supported Swalwell. Too bad you can't vote for him, not because you're arrested, because Swalwell dropped out. But you're not calling Swalwell names. In your manifesto, he absolves Kash Patel. He calls Trump the P word, the R word. But Eric Swalwell, 5 women said the Democrat leader, darling of the Democratic Party, maybe future presidential candidate if he would have won California. If he would have won California, now his career is over. But you don't have an issue with Eric Swalwell. Can you guys understand where I'm coming from?
We can get at spotting threats and mitigating these sort of threats before they happen. So it's a constant thing that law enforcement is always doing.
And sadly, something that's not so unusual, he actually sent his messages to his brother, to family members. They actually contacted the police department, I think it was in New London, Connecticut, to talk about their concern. Can you talk about what that means? Like, is the family going to be part of this investigation now? And how can families be helpful in these incidents?
There's no question that they will approach each one of these family members, those who receive the manifestos and possibly others, and to request that they sit down and subject themselves to interviews, not anything that could result in them getting in trouble. That's not the focus here. But you want to really know about that communication, about how it was received, and really about the relationship preceding that communication. How did we get to this point? The family members can be of enormous significance to an investigation. Probably the most famous example of that is, of course, the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, who wrote that monstrous manifesto that he sent to the New York Times and the Washington Post, and which was ultimately identified by his brother, his family member, who was able to kind of unravel the mystery of who the Unabomber.
So let's look at this. Cole Tomas Allen, 31 years old, lives in Torrance, California, as I just reported. Video game developer, graduated of Caltech and Cal State University, Domingo Hills. He not only had a degree from Caltech, but he also had a master's degree and an engineering degree, highly educated and a teacher. Recently, he was awarded Teacher of the Year. While we were gone, while you were sleeping, double tap, hit the like button. Let's get the likes up. And I want to say thank you to everybody watching. I really do want to say thank you to everybody watching, and it means a lot. Get the likes up. I found my timeline. And I want to read it to you. My timeline starts at 2014. My timeline starts. This is the Cole Tomas Allen dossier. Time period 2014 to 2017. Event and data point. I got it broken down by time period, event, data point, intel, and details. Let's go time period starting 2014 to 2017, Caltech years. He earned a mechanical engineering degree, active in Christian student fellowship and Nerf gun clubs. All of this is relevant. Pay attention. October 2023, first weapon purchase. Legally purchased a .38 caliber semi-automatic pistol in Southern California. October 2024, political donation, donated $25 to Act Blue, earmarked for Kamala Harris, only FEC record in a decade. Now keep in mind, 2014, 2017 Caltech years, he was earning his degree and he was active in Christian and student fellowship and Nerf gun clubs. Now, after Trump's election, his second term, he buys his first gun in October of 2023. All right, everybody following that? It's not just the fact that 2014 to 2017, the Caltech years, that he was earning his degree. It's the understanding that once Trump had won his second term election, when did Trump become president? When did Trump become president till 2025, right? So he bought the gun during the Biden administration. And then October 2024, political donation to Kamala Harris. And then December 2024, professional peak named Teacher of the Month at C2 Education, tutored high-achieving STEM students. Okay. August 2025, second weapon purchase, legally purchased a 12-gauge shotgun in Torrance, California, passed all background checks. April 2020, April 22nd to the 24th, 2026, the journey. So he bought the gun, he bought his second gun in August of 2025. He then makes the journey April 22nd through the 24th, 2026. He travels cross country by train, LA to Chicago, from Chicago to DC, avoided TSA no-fly list. So he travels with the weapons by train. I don't think anyone has brought that up because a lot of people in my chat and my chat has stated he legally could not carry the guns in DC. Like, I'm in California, some people live in New York. States vary on their gun laws. Some states have very strict gun laws. Like in a lot of states like New York and DC, there's no guns. There, I don't care who you are, it's very difficult to get a gun license in these type of places, right? I mean, recently, I did a coverage of DC. I mean, to your point, now that you W chat, now that I think about it, to my chat, I covered DC. Remember Trump had the National Guard in DC when Big Balls was almost unalive when he was carjacked by those two young men and the young lady. Remember, Big Balls was attacked by 3 black teenagers, 2 15-year-old men and a 14-year-old girl. A black female judge let them go home. Be that as it may, when Trump cleaned up DC, if you guys remember, one of the things I reported, and it's funny that my chat brings up the gun laws in DC. One of the things I reported is Trump helped alleviate the backlog of concealed carry applications. How many people remember that? That's one of the things I reported about what he did in DC that we all, and this was a black man, and then Trump talked about it, but this was a black man who lived in DC who said before Trump came to DC and did what he did, it's not just what you saw with the ICE agents and the National Guard, but he also has cleaned up the bureaucracy in DC. There used to be a backlog for people to get legal licenses and conceal carry. But now he says you can get your shit in one day. He said before it was like years and it was only one person. He said now it's a whole department. Anybody familiar with that? That was one of the things I reported. So I would be curious. I do accept what the chat said about there's different and more stricter, strenuous gun laws in DC than there are in other areas. That would make sense, especially since it's a district. But y'all let me know. So the reason why we talked about that, because I think it's worthy of pointing out that he was able to travel on a train. I don't know the laws, but I'm just saying state to state laws are very different. And I don't know, I'm not that young, right? So you could tell sometimes I have apprehension in my voice, and I don't know how comfortable I am discussing that aspect, right? I'm kind of uncomfortable talking about the fact, and I created this table, I created these data points. It's kind of uncomfortable sharing with the public that this young man was able to travel cross country via train without going through one check. So we have all of this. Think about this, you guys, and what I'm presenting to you today. We have all of this rigmarole about TSA, but you can go cross country via train with a bag full of guns and ammunition. How many people knew that? I'm uncomfortable about reporting that because I didn't know that. Hopefully that's something that gets fixed because of this. And I'm not someone who calls out for more government. I'm a conservative. I'm for smaller government. I want people to have their freedoms. But that's surprising to me that, I don't know how many people knew that, but that's what I'm reporting. That's what the timeline is. April, and it took him several days. Think about that. Over several days. He traveled from California. That's a trip, right? He traveled from California over several days, and that via train. He traveled from California over several days via train with the weapons. That's crazy. with the weapons. That's crazy. With the weapons. So April 25th, 2026, the Hilton breach, checked into the 10th floor, bypassed magnetic meters by taking internal stairs to the ballroom level. 8:35 p.m. The strike. Charged security service checkpoint, exchange fire, tackled by agents. 0 fatalities. That's my timeline. That's my timeline. Going back to 2014, this is not something that happened overnight. My timeline has us going back to 2014, Caltech years. So there was someone in the chat said he was not intelligent. He earned a mechanical engineering degree, active in Christian Student Fellowship. Now, remember when we read the manifesto, he talked about his Christian beliefs. When we read the manifesto, he talked about his Christian beliefs, earned a mechanical engineering degree, active in Christian Student Fellowship, and Nerf gun clubs. Nerf gun clubs. He always had a fascination with guns. I even read about his video game he created, which again was about a first-person shooter, a gun game. Hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button as you guys come in. Thank you for the compliments. October 2023, first weapon purchase. Legally purchased a .38 caliber semi-automatic pistol in Southern California. Now, what we're learning from the family is he lived at home with his parents. So he acquired these degrees. This is what Bill Maher, this is what Tucker Carlson talks about. This is a very accomplished young man from a certain generation. They can't afford to move out the house. They can't afford to get married. They can't afford to buy a home. You know, I don't know how many of you want to hear this part, but, you know, I come from a certain sector of YouTube, and I would argue that if this young man had the ability, I think Tucker Carlson would agree with me. I think Candace Owens, I think Charlie Kirk, rest in peace. I think Steven Crowder would agree with me. Is an issue we have in America beyond this political discourse is with young men who have high education, very good jobs, who can't afford to purchase a home, get married, and have a baby. I believe if he was married, 31 is still at home. 31 is still at home. Yeah, I know a lot of idiots who have PhDs. I used to work in healthcare and telehealth. So I work with a lot of doctors. So I used to work with a lot of PhDs who, so we don't have to talk about that. I think a lot of people listening would agree with that. So I don't think I argued that a PhD is intelligent. If I did, I apologize, you know. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think? October 2024, political donation. He donated $25 to Act Blue, earmarked for Kamala Harris. Only FEC record in a decade. You know, this is another thing about selective outrage. So you support Kamala Harris. There's no discussion about Joe Biden. There's no discussion about the DNC and how they betrayed you as a Democrat. But like, this is what Blexit is about. This is what Charlie Kirk is about. Even beyond Blexit, just anybody who's still a Democrat. It's actually sad. Anybody who's still a Democrat. You donate $25 to come out. Kamala Harris raised all that money. Remember they said Kamala Harris had a war chest of billions of dollars. And what did she do? She spent it on Beyonce and Glorilla and Megan Thee Stallion shaking their ass. And people couldn't believe it. They had Little John at the DNC. Y'all remember Little John? Yeah. Y'all remember that's what they spent the money on. They had Little John at the DNC. They had Megan Thee Stallion dancing, shaking their ass, right? It's unbelievable. That's what they did. That's what they did. And they wonder why they lost. You can't make up this stuff. And they said she had the most money. Then they said she's still in debt. So she spent all that money. This man donated $25 to Kamala Harris and Act Blue, spent all that money, and Kamala Harris lost. Still owes money. They took money from Jeffrey Epstein. We're getting Epstein money. We're getting Epstein money. We're getting Epstein money. They're getting Epstein money.
Georgia, how do you cast your vote?
Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight to officially nominate Kamala Harris for president. Get loud, another round of shots. Everybody get your hands up. Hey, everybody get your hands up. Hey.
Look at the Kamala, look at the Tim Walz. Look at the little Kamala faces in the Tim Walz.
Everybody get your hands up. Now, say, we're not going back. We're not going back.
She didn't get one vote. She didn't get one vote. She didn't get one vote. Turn out for what? They didn't turn out, John. They didn't turn out at all. Turn out for what? They didn't turn out at all, John. So what we were doing, we were talking about his donation. He donated. He donated $25 to Kamala Harris. And don't act blue. Didn't I do so much Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. I do so much Trump news. Somebody put in the chat, I got a lot of intelligent chat, W chat. Didn't we do a story on Act Blue? I mean, didn't Act Blue like get in a lot of trouble? Like, he has so many things to be upset about, and he chooses Trump. Selective outrage. Selective outrage. Selective outrage, y'all. Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it, man. We are talking about who is Cole Allen, White House. We are talking about who is Cole Allen. Who is Cole Allen? Woo! Turned out for what? They didn't turn out at all. Trump won 80%. We have the House, we have the Senate, we have the presidency, and I can't wait till 2026. Can you guys imagine? Ilmar married her brother, married a white man, and then lied about $30 million. You can't talk about white men anymore. You married to a white man, and that white man made you rich. That white man made you $30 million. AOC married to a white man. Will you please stop talking about white people as evil and you don't like white people? You married to a white man, and you suckle upon that white penis every evening. Please be quiet. Kamala Harris married to a white man. Can you please stop? Tim Walz won't be your vice president because Tim Walz is stepping down amidst $19 billion fraud. I can't wait for 2028. 2028 is going to be great. JD Vance looks marvelous. JD Vance is the first person that they rushed out the room. I thought it was hilarious. I saw Donald Trump sitting down at the table. I saw all the security. I just thought about Peter Thiel and Palantir and all of the Peter Thiel Palantir jokes. I said, this shit is not funny. It's not funny. This shit is not funny. But the fact that they took out JD Vance first, that the security secured JD, I think I even saw Trump look. I think I even saw Trump look over and say, wait a minute. Why they move JD Vance first? I think I saw Trump even like, they moved JD Vance first. So you know what I said? Because I do, but this is my job. You know what I said? I said, you know what? If there's anyone intelligent in my chat, I'm going to look. But the one thing that I deduced is that JD Vance is going to be president. I said, Vance is the guy. I said, if there's any cow sheet, if there's any whatever prize picks, if anybody taking bets or who gonna be the president, looking at the video and who they secured first, I would argue JD Vance is the guy. JD Vance is the guy. It's hilarious. I said they and people said, well, it was confusing. We didn't know who to save it. It was a confusing time. So no, I think they did what was designed. They got JD Vance out of there because they knew JD Vance is already gonna be the president. And that's what I saw. I don't know what y'all saw, but I saw JD Vance got selected in front of our eyes. Trump was not the priority. Like, they've been trained on this. I don't know if y'all saw it, man. I'll look it up.
This was the scene outside the California home of Cole Tomas Allen overnight. FBI agents would spend hours combing through the residence in a suburb of Los Angeles. According to officials, the 31-year-old traveled by train, first from California to Chicago, and then from Chicago to D.C.
Well, they have some pretty good information. He had a lot of hatred in his heart for quite a while.
President Trump, appearing on Fox News Sunday, said investigators have spoken to the suspect's family and recovered a manifesto.
I don't know if you've gotten it, just got released, a manifesto. A manifesto, can you believe it?
Now, the New York Post is reporting it has a copy of that document. The Post says it was sent to the suspect's family members just minutes before the attack. In it, the writer explains his actions are political. Quote, "What my representatives do reflects on me." He lists several grievances, among them drug boats blown up off the coast of Venezuela and the U.S. mistakenly hitting an elementary school in Iran. The writer explains who he's targeting. Administration officials, quote, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. He signs off as the friendly federal assassin. Now, the suspect studied mechanical engineering and graduated in 2017. That same year, he was featured in an ABC News report about helping seniors with technology.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this...
Allen later studied computer science and worked as a video game developer. This was a game he published in 2018. For the last 6 years, he was working part-time for a tutoring company. He was a Teacher of the Month in 2024. One of his students describes Allen as quirky, but seemingly harmless.
He was just a pretty normal guy. He was a smart guy.
His family said he had big difficulty. Maybe they should have reported him a little bit more strongly, probably. But it's a hard thing to do, I guess.
Now, there are reports the suspect purchased in recent years.
I have a question for the chat. Do you believe he was staying at home at 31 because he had some issues? Donald Trump just said his family reported he had some issues. Somebody in my chat said it's odd that he was home at 31. I attributed him being home at 31 to the Biden economy, like Tucker Carlson has said, with his 30-year-old children who also live at home. We've heard this from Glenn Beck, Tucker Carlson, that these 30-year-old children who he's paid for college can't afford to move out. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Cole was at home because of mental health. Put a 2 in the chat if you think he was at home because of economy and inflation and money. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he lived at home at 31 years old because of the economy, or you think 2, it was mental health.
A shotgun and a semi-automatic pistol. Both match the weapons recovered at the scene. Mike Armstrong, Global News, Montreal.
There you go. And the easiest way is right here on the right hand side.
Can you see me?
Excuse me. Inside or outside?
Eric, are you okay?
Guys, stay back, stay back, stay back.
Nobody go this way. Yes, sir. Is that understood? Yes, sir.
House leadership, Speaker Mike Johnson, literally sprinting.
Is anyone going to the White House?
Live footage aftermath of the shooting. Stephen A. Smith. Okay, Donald Trump is going to speak next. Double tap, hit the like button.
It was a chaotic end to the.
Double tap, hit the like button. We got a response from Donald Trump. Thank you, everybody watching right now. You're watching Perfect Timing Podcast. I need the likes up. Get the likes up. Send the super chat. Send the give. Like, share, and subscribe. How many people hit the subscribe button? How many people join the membership? I got a Somalian special right now. You can join my channel for less than it costs to feed a starving Somalian in Montana. Double tap, hit the like button.
White House Correspondents' Dinner after an armed suspect charged through a security checkpoint at the event in Washington, exchanging gunfire with officers before being stopped by the Secret Service. President Trump, the First Lady, and other top officials were all rushed to safety unharmed, with an investigation now unfolding. Joining us now to unpack the latest developments and ongoing investigation is former FBI Special Agent Michael Tabman. Thank you so much for joining us today, Michael.
Thank you for having me.
So, Michael, we saw the footage that President Trump released of the incident, the gunman barging in and immediately exchanging fire with Secret Service agents. So from a security perspective, what do you think went wrong here, and what are some of the problems that you've personally identified?
Well, what I saw on that videotape is at the checkpoint where people are coming in, they're going at the magnetometer, and that's the boundary between the inner perimeter and the outer perimeter. And that boundary is always a choke point where people usually waiting to get checked, waiting to go through the entrance. And while no one was there at the moment, it is still an entry point to the inner perimeter. And what I didn't see right outside the magnetometer, again, it's just from one angle, another angle might be different. What I didn't see was any uniform presence. I think there should have been police officers standing right outside of that boundary of the checkpoint, the magnetometer. So anyone suspicious or someone running at them could have been stopped before entering the inner perimeter. Now, once he entered the inner perimeter and shot the Secret Service agent, we see the Secret Service moved very quickly. Even the agent who was shot got to his weapon quickly and they stopped him. So once he breached that inner perimeter, good work by the Secret Service. But I think in their after action report, they're going to have to ask why he was able to just charge in and break through that inner perimeter.
Mm-hmm. And we are still learning more details about the suspect. What we know so far is that he's been identified as Cole Tomas Allen, a 31-year-old from California. And while the suspect is currently charged with assault on a federal officer, among other charges, the president has, referred to him as a would-be assassin. So what does early evidence suggest about the suspect's motive? Do you think it was an assassination attempt? What should we watch out for in the coming days as the investigation unfolds?
So sitting on the outside looking in as a commentator, I think, we have to jump to the conclusion that this was an attempt to assassinate the president. But the FBI and the Secret Service cannot assume anything. They can't presume that's what this was. They'll have to investigate and find the motive, especially if maybe he was targeting somebody else other than the president. We need to know that. Most likely the president, but could have been someone in the media, could have been someone else in government. And they have to assess that. And they do that in their investigation by, again, searching his house, as they've probably already done, searching through his social media, any kind of writings he's had, interviewing not only witnesses, but friends and family, seeing who he's been in communication with through his phone records, and trying to determine if he has made any statements, written or oral, as to his intent, as to who he wanted to hurt. And of course, most importantly, law enforcement must determine if he is just one part of a conspiracy. Is there another shoe that's going to drop? Is there a continuing threat? That is most likely not the case. Most of these shootings we see are lone individuals, but we have to, cover that base and be sure.
I mean, there have been other assassination attempts and death threats, as we know, made against President Trump in the past. So before going into an event like this, what kind of preparation is involved in ensuring the safety of the president? And would you describe what happened last night as a failure on the Secret Service, perhaps the local police, or even maybe the venue?
So I know when I was a special agent in charge, and if we had a dignitary visit, Secret Service called us right away, asked us to, speak with informants and check on any intelligence we have, as they did with the local law enforcement. And there was coordination, and they ran security at the venue and along the path of the presidential visit or whomever's visiting. So there's a lot of preparation in beforehand. Again, going to the venue with dogs, looking for bombs, checking for any suspicious communications anyone might have had. In this case, again, we look at the interior of what the Secret Service did. They moved quickly. But they are going to have to ask the question as to what happened, why he got so close. I think that was a weak point in that preparation. Again, just looking from the angle we had. And they have to ask the question, why was someone allowed to get in the perimeter? That's too close, too much of a risk. And luckily, it wasn't more than one person or anything that was really coordinated that might have overcome the agents when they were taken by surprise.
And just to, switching gears now, the Buckingham Palace has released a statement as King Charles is expected to visit the White House tomorrow. They're saying they're evaluating the.
So remember, I was saying they seem to, and I just saw other reports are reporting what I saw. So I'm not the only one who saw it. I saw the California Post. A couple other media outlets are reporting that they got JD Vance out first. So I'm not the only one to know. How many people put in the chat? Did you notice that they evacuated Vance first? Vice President JD Vance pulled out a chair during correspondence dinner. Take a look. Then they pull Trump. It's kind of it's like it's not funny. But you can't miss this. This is huge. You can't miss this. Like they got Vance out first. They got Vance out first. Let's take a look at that again. Also, people are reporting that Trump failed. For my research, what I learned is that Trump didn't fall. He was picking up Melania. So what you see when Trump goes down, he's picking up his wife. So we're watching after the arrest, JD Vance is rushed out before Trump. Put a one in the chat. What do you think this means? I think it means a lot. What y'all think it means in the chat? All right. Now they get Trump. That's like, it's so first JD Vance, then they get Trump. All right. And then who is that? Who is that gets JD? That ain't even the guys in like the tactical gear. Look, that's just like a guy in a suit. A lot of people saying stays. This looks like a guy in a suit who may know, or I don't know. Hit the chat. Hit the like button, man. There's a lot to unpack here. Number one, this is not a guy. The people who get Trump have on armored gear. Who is this guy? You know? Okay, we're paying attention. JD Vance gets pulled first, and he's not even pulled by police. He's pulled by some people in suits. All right. And then somebody else, they look at Trump. They don't seem to, because they have a job. What I notice is these men have a job. Their job is to get Vance, and then another guy in a big blue suit surrounds Vance. He looks back at Trump, but he doesn't give a fuck. His job is to get out Vance. So that's 3 people. That's 3 people, and no one gets Trump. These 2 men in suits are looking. They get Vance, a 3rd guy. They don't get Vance's wife, nothing. They just get JD and a 3rd guy. No one gets watch. And then watch these 3 men surround JD, get him on stage, get him safe, and then someone comes to get Trump. Just like it was Biden, like Trump is an old man. This is crazy. All right. See Trump go down? Trump didn't fall. There is speculation that Trump fell. Now, I've explained it. You can see it now. He's picking up Melania. He's picking up his wife. Trump didn't fall. He's picking up his wife. Let's look. All right. Now, Trump got a whole different team. Look at the old dude that come around Trump. J.D. Vance got some young hotshots, right? J.D. Vance got the young crew. J.D. Vance got what seems to be the real presidential crew. Now, look around Trump. Look at these old guys looking like they don't know what to do. J.D. Vance crew got Vance. This ain't funny. This is not funny. But I got to call it down the line. It's my job. Look at this shit. J.D. Vance crew seems to be professional. They move in. They get Vance to safety. What is going on with Trump crew? Can y'all tell me what in the front door is going on with Trump crew? Look at the age, the way they move. Just let's unpack this. He look. What are you doing, bro? Papa, what are you doing? All right. Do you see how they, and someone put in the chat, you're right. JD looked as surprised, but they yanked his ass up. Get the fuck up. 3rd guy surrounds him. What's going on? He don't got no gun. His hand in his pocket. Well, how you gonna protect the president with your hand? Get your hand out of my pocket. How you gonna protect the president with your hand in your pocket? Bro, what are we looking at, bro? What are we looking at? What is going on? Y'all tell me in the chat. What are we looking at, bro? Who is this? Why don't the president got the J.D. Vance crew? Why don't the president got the J.D. Vance crew? The president got the Keystone Coppers. They dropping they dropping Melania. They dropping the ball. They dropping POTUS. Look at how efficiently they got J. Now look, what is he doing with? Okay, let's watch. What the fuck is this? This is amateur hour. This is fucking Keystone Copper amateur. You could have been. What's going on? What the fuck? What the fuck? Then the brother come and surround him. Y'all act like y'all don't know no protocol, no training. What? How slow? That's going like, they going like 2 miles. It's like the sloth. Okay, look how quickly they get JD. Now let's do a real cost comparison. Look how quickly they get JD. Now look at the people who get JD. Look at all these things we're going to break down. Look how fast they get the vice president. Look who gets the vice president, and look how they do it. Then look at how slowly they get to Trump, who the people are. They don't look like professionals. They don't look like spies. And then they just fumble the package. Let's watch. All right. 1-2. JD Vance is gone. 1-2. Yanked him up, didn't give him a chance. 1-2. JD Vance gone. Look. 1, 2. All right. 3. Gone. Trump is still there. Let's keep counting. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19. Balls, 21. He could be dead. He said, come on, you guys. Am I making this up? Y'all watching it with me. Am I overreacting? You watching it with me. Get the likes up. You're watching it with me. The first thing I thought, I said, hey, did you guys see the video when they got JD Vance first? I thought about Palantir, Peter Thiel. I said, this is crazy. Looks like JD is going to be the next president. Then look at this. Look at this incompetence. This is almost a minute after they've gotten JD Vance off stage, and our president is on the fucking ground. I am a Republican. I love Trump. How do I excuse this? This is a minute after they took JD off the stage, and our president is on the ground, and these elderly citizens, look at this old man. Look at these old men and the elderly citizen is supposed to be helping Trump, and they can't do nothing. Why is he standing here? Look at this brother. What the hell are you doing? Let's watch. Where? Look at this. He had to come over. What was you doing? Why was you just standing there? Why was nobody focused on the president? I mean, if y'all want to do some JFK stuff, let's do some JFK stuff. What is this guy doing? Why isn't he helping? Why is he just standing there? This is a relevant question. What is he doing? I have pointed out that JD Vance has been off the stage for 30 seconds. No one has secured the president. Why is he standing here? Why are you just standing? This is straight up. I didn't put this guy here. I didn't draw this guy here. Why is he standing here? Let's look at it. Can we slow it down? Can we slow it down? Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down. Let's take a look because they grabbed JD kind of fast. Let's slow it down. Let's take a look. We did this with Renee Good. It's the #1 channel for stuff like this. Let's slow it down. Let's take a look. That shit, that looked like they went faster. That looked like we're going faster. Okay. Let's slow it down. Okay. 1, 2 guys, they grab JD Vance quick. A third guy surrounds Vance. Now, what I said was this guy runs over, look like he's getting Vance. He's looking like, where is he running to? This guy looking around, and then there's a guy here. What the front door? What the front door? What the front door? What the front door? Let's take a look again. He's got his hand in his pocket. He got his hand in his pocket. He looks about 80 years old. He shouldn't be protecting this president, and you can't protect the president with your hand in your pocket. There's a young guy back here. He looked like he should be protecting the president. He's back here. What the fuck are you doing back here? Why isn't anyone over here doing what they just did with JD Vance? Let's go back and look again. As you look at this over here, right? Now look at what they did with JD Vance. Get the fuck up. Get up. JD Vance don't know what to do. Pulling his ass. Get up. Another guy grabs him. Get up. Another guy runs to Vance. Another guy runs past the president to Vance. This is what we're watching. They just standing around like, what the, do you see the way he aimlessly looking like, what do I do? Let's look at this shit again. Look at this guy over here, aimlessly looking at what should I do? Look, they run past the president. They finally get him up. They finally get him up. Now, wait, let's look at this again. Look at this again. They get up, Vance. Get up, Vance. Get the fuck up. Get up. No one gives him a chance. Get up. Get out. Third guy surrounds him. Okay. Another fourth guy runs to secure Vance. Look at what these guys are doing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody looking like it's a fucking movie. This is hilarious. This is hilarious. They're not. What are y'all, the Keystone? Look at, he running toward Vance. This guy is looking around like, what do I do? What do I do? This guy looky loos. What do I do? What do I do? Looking around. What do I do? What do I do? No one has moved. Vance is gone. Vance is secure. That guy standing there, police running in. Vance is gone. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? This is second 29. We're 29 seconds in. Vance is gone, you guys. Vance has been gone for 30 seconds. Vance has been gone for 30 seconds, right? Check this out. Let's see how many seconds go by before they get Trump. They just now touching Trump. They just now touching Trump. Shout out to Prometheus for the $2 super chat. Look at this. We're 16 seconds in the video. Okay, look at this shit. Look at this shit. The police ain't helping. The police running by. Now the guy in the tuxedo finally comes over to help these old guys. It's almost like he did not move until someone told him to help them. Why did not anyone have to tell anyone to save J.D. Vance? Why did everybody wait for it to go? When it came to POTUS, why was people waiting? Look, there's no wait when it comes to J.D. Vance. Look, get up. J.D. Vance is like, what's going on? I'll tell you later. Get up, get out. A third guy secures J.D. Vance. Someone else runs to Vance. I argue, why didn't this happen with Trump? Everything that happened with Vance, Trump is the president. They get Vance out. Now look at these guys, hand in the pocket. They looking around, looky-loos. He not doing shit. He not doing shit. No one is moving the president's still sitting down. Do you guys realize Vance is off the stage? Vance is secure. The president is still seated. He look at Vance. Vance gets up. Vance get out. One guy, two guy, three guy. We got Vance. Another guy helping secure Vance. No one is moving. The president is sitting down. Vance is gone. Vance is gone. These guys, the president is here, and these guys looking around. Look. Nobody doing nothing. Nobody doing nothing. President sitting down. As we are watching this, what you need to understand, Vance is gone. They lifted him up, pushed him out, picked him up basically like a baby, took him out of the room. The president is still sitting. Look at this guy. I said what the guy in the tuxedo is doing. He's not doing nothing. We called him. Okay. The president is still seated. Are you guys seeing? This is president. Vance is gone and has been gone. The president is still seated. Okay? That's why they did that blue thing. That's the president right there. Vance has been off the stage. Vance has been off the stage. That black guy in the tuxedo is back there not doing nothing. And this guy in this white shirt hasn't done shit either. It's just this old guy with his hand in his pocket and this other old guy. Look at the old people, white hair, old people. And who's this woman behind Trump? And then Trump goes down to pick up his wife. Now, look at this shit. Look at this shit. No one is looking like they're trained. And then finally, dude with the tuxedo goes into action. You were standing there doing nothing. And then he surrounds them. Now we're getting some protection. Donald Trump's head is still exposed because Trump is a tall person. Did you see his head sticking out? Did you see the president's head? People don't know how tall. Okay, look at Barron. Barron, everybody says Donald Trump is a very tall man. Look at this again. He's not secure. The reason I'm pointing this out because look at his head. His head sticking out. His head sticking out. His head sticking out. His head sticking out. That's his head. That's our president. He is not secure. What do they typically do? Someone in the Secret Service would grab Donald Trump's head, put his hand over his head, put his head down. Okay, let's look at how they did Vance. Get up, pulled him up, get him up, got him surrounded, protected. That did not happen to Trump. That's my argument. They got him out first. Hand in the pocket. What the fuck are you going to do with your hand in your pocket? Tuxedo, ain't doing shit. Police run by the president. This is Keystone. I understand if the chat is saying this is fake, stage, psyop. This is Keystone Coppers. They go to the president's head. He goes down. What the fuck? He could die. This guy looks scared. Did you see that guy? Oh, let me show that again. Oh, I'm catching so much good shit with this video. Look at this guy. This guy in the tuxedo in the back. I don't know if he's Secret Service, but watch when Donald Trump goes down. I think he thinks someone is shooting. He gets scared. Watch this shit. Look at that guy right there. You see him? He dug down. Look, he looks scared. Who the fuck are you? Who is this guy? You better not be motherfucking Secret Service. You better not be Secret Service. Oh, shit, you better not be Secret Service. Look at him. He didn't come help Trump. He whoever you is, you a piece of shit. Look at him back there. You see him back there? He ain't helping. He ain't doing shit. There you go. Now look at him duck. Look at him duck. Why is he ducking? What is he ducking? He ducking. Look. Who is this guy? And then look. And then a cop moves him out the way. Oh my God. That better not be, that better be Eric. Even if it's Eric, why you didn't help your daddy? Even if it's Eric, why you didn't help your daddy? That's crazy. That's crazy. And like I said, look at the head. That's Trump head. That's Trump head. That's Trump head. He was never secure. None of the guys that got Trump out seem to be trained professionals. They should have had their hand on the president's head, protecting him from a kill shot. That was amateur hours. That was amateur hour as could be. That was amateur hour as can be. That was amateur hour as could be. Unbelievable. Oh, man. That was amateur hour as could be. That's just, I don't even know what to say to that, you guys. Let's get some more updates. Double tap, hit the like button. You know I love you. You know I love you.
To the latest on that shooting in Washington, it happened. To the latest on that shooting in Washington, it happened just blocks away from the White House near a metro station.
Here's a live look at that active scene where investigators appear to be working through the night. And our Mark Cordrobles is live in the newsroom with the latest. Mark?
Yeah, David and Giovanna, these were members of the West Virginia National Guard who were shot. There have been conflicting reports on their condition. What we do know, their injuries are considered critical. This happened just a block from the White House near a metro station where National Guard troops are often positioned since their recent deployment to D.C. Both guardsmen were on duty and in uniform at the time. Again, as you mentioned, it has been described as a targeted shooting. The gunman also shot, now in custody at a hospital. Nothing further about him and his specific motive has been released. FBI Director Kash Patel among those who spoke this afternoon, calling the shooting a heinous act and giving credit for the suspect's quick apprehension.
The reason that this suspect is in custody is because of the bravery of the men and women of the National Guard who responded due to their extensive training to secure American lives today. There was not any further injury and any further shootings. We are in the preliminary stages of this investigation. We will run down every single lead, every piece of evidence.
The White House also went on lockdown following the shooting. On that note, President Trump not currently there. He's spending Thanksgiving in Florida at Mar-a-Lago. Vice President J.D. Vance also addressed the shooting during his remarks at Fort Campbell in Kentucky.
It's a somber reminder that soldiers, whether they're active duty, reserve, or National Guard, our soldiers are the sword and the shield of the United States of America. And as a person who goes into work every single day in that building and knows that there are a lot of people who wear the uniform of the United States Army, let me just say very personally, thank them for what they're doing. We're grateful to them.
David and Giovanna, aside from the main suspect, D.C. police say there's no indication that anyone else was involved here. There are currently nearly 2,200 troops assigned to the Joint Task Force operating in the district. Since the shooting earlier today, President Trump has now ordered 500 more Guards members to Washington. Live in the newsroom, Mark Cordrobles, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Getting y'all some more information. We rocking out. I got some more information for us. We rocking that thing like. Got some more information for us. Oh, man. Let's go to Trump, some Trump comments. Let's go to Trump comments. And I'm going to go to some other stuff too. I want to hear from you in the chat. We want to hear from you in the chat. We're going to go to Trump comments after the shooting. Go to Trump comments. Oh, man. Yeah, that was some cold shit. This is Trump comments after the shooting. Let's get that up here for you guys. Let's get that up here for my people. I love you guys. Double tap, hit the like button. I love you guys. I truly do. God bless all of you. God bless the president, man. Double tap, get the like button. Everybody watching right now, get the likes up. We're not done. We're not even done. We just got started, man. Everybody get the likes up. We're going to President Trump comments after the shooting. We didn't broke down a lot of good information today. We did the timeline I created. We read the manifesto, video of JD getting off the stage first, the bungling episode of them not getting Trump off the stage. I broke down the schematic to show that he was nowhere near the president. Double tap at the like button. Let's listen to Trump.
That was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know, could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
Great speech by the president. I agree. We said with that comes risk. With that comes risk.
I want to thank the
President Trump remarks. What else we got for you guys, man? Let's finish this. Let's finish this.
Is to prevent it from moving at all.
Recent Aging into the Future conference held by St. Barnabas Senior Services and the Eisner Foundation offered a test. College student Cole Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this is to prevent it from moving at all.
Recent Aging into the Future conference held by St. Barnabas Senior Services and the Eisner Foundation offered a test. College student Cole Allen developed a prototype.
So that's oh boy. That was let's spin it. There we go. Here we go. Let's go back into our deep dive.
Was for us. That's obviously not the situation here, but nevertheless.
Yeah, that was a great speech by the president, man. It hit every cylinder, man. Trump has done a great job, man. You guys in the chat doing a great job too. Double tap, hit the like button. We're talking about the White House shooting.
Yes, getting to that, answering that question of why those family members could be really helpful in that.
Before I let you go, can you tell us what the next steps are? Does he appear in court? Like, what happens?
Yeah, so he'll appear in court today. He'll be arraigned or officially charged in public with the offenses. We should hear some additional details from the prosecutors about what's been uncovered in the investigation so far. I'm quite confident he'll be detained. He'll be held in jail pending the remainder of the investigation and his prosecution. And ultimately, if he decides to contest these charges, he'll go to trial. That wouldn't happen for quite some time. Although I should also add, I expect these charges to be added to with additional charges as the investigation continues.
Authorities have the writings from the suspect from a national security standpoint, and for projecting forward rather than looking backward. What do you do with those writings now?
So it gives us obviously a sense of motive that he was getting more interested in left-wing causes, began to hate Donald Trump and the administration. I think for purposes of radicalization and political violence, what we want to know, or what's scary about this, is the sort of what we call the short runway of radicalization, which is essentially these things are happening so fast now. His family says he's not really engaged. He doesn't have a criminal record. And then, very quickly, he becomes the person who tries to assassinate the president. That's a challenge for law enforcement, and it means families, as we might have seen this family do, must take it very seriously and try to intervene.
What do you make of the man's writings that he sent to family just before the attack?
Well, look, you and I have covered so many acts of violence where there is often a lingering question about what was a motive. And sometimes that's laborious work for law enforcement to try to dig into that. You take, for example, the attempted assassination against President Trump last year in Pennsylvania. To this day, there are still major questions about the motive, very mysterious. This is not that, Kate. I mean, everything that we're learning about this person from his own purported writings, he essentially lays out what the motive is. That's his deep animus for the president, for members of the Trump administration. He goes in this long kind of delusional ranting manifesto, which I won't get into to amplify, but he basically has a target list. And he goes so far as to think, okay, people are going to criticize me for doing certain things. Here's my rebuttal to each of those points. And this is what FBI profilers typically call the typical grievance collector, someone who appears that they're so motivated by grievances that they then decide to act on violence. That manifesto will certainly be critical evidence in his prosecution.
Joining us now, CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. Ellie, look, we've got this arraignment today. This is a procedure that every suspect goes through if they have been jailed and are facing potential trial. What do we expect today?
So first of all, we're not going to actually see anything, you and me and the media and the public, because this is federal court. No cameras in the courtroom, not even a live audio feed, but we will have our reporters there so people will know what's going on. This defendant will be advised of the charges against him. He will enter a plea, a not guilty plea, I'm sure. The judge will make sure he has a lawyer. If he has one he's paying, that's fine. If not, the court will appoint one for him. The judge will consider the issue of bail, which he will not get. He's going to be detained pending trial or pending the outcome of the case. And then the judge will turn potentially to scheduling issues. How quickly is this going to move? When does the government have to turn over its evidence, what we call discovery? How long do the parties have for motions? And maybe set a trial date. Usually you won't see a trial date set in an initial appearance like today, but it'll give us some sense of how fast a pace this case is on.
All right. Look, police are talking about these writings that they've found that they've linked to the suspect. And in one of them, they say he wrote, "Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused." It does sound very much like a mea culpa. So I guess the question is, if he wanted to get a plea deal, if he decides, you know what, I don't need to go through this whole trial. I was a person that was responsible for this. There's video of me. There's pictures of me. If he wanted a plea deal, do you think one would be offered him?
You know, the vast, vast majority of federal cases, over 95%, do end up in guilty pleas as opposed to trial. That said, in this case, if I'm going back into the prosecutor's seat here, I'm not giving this guy any offer whatsoever. I do not expect this Justice Department or this U.S. attorney in D.C., rightly, I do not expect them to give him any offer of leniency. The offer will be you can just plead and get a life sentence. Now, he may make a strategic decision. Well, let me plead guilty and sort of throw myself at the mercy of the judge. The fact that I've accepted responsibility, if he does, may give the judge some reason to sentence somewhat lower. So you could see what we would call what I would consider a one-sided plea, where the defendant goes in, prosecutor doesn't have an agreement, but the defendant just says, Judge, I'm guilty. I'm at your will.
All right, we'll have to see what happens during this arraignment. Look, the writings also show that this was politically based. And if those writings are indeed his, when you look at that, could there be any additional charges in this case?
The writings are crucial evidence. First of all, it confirms beyond any question it is him. It confirms that he planned this, that this was intentional, and it could well support additional charges. He's currently charged with using a firearm in the course of a crime of violence and with assault on a federal official. If you're a prosecutor and you want to add an attempted assassination charge, and the writings say, this is my goal, I'm trying to kill the president, the vice president, others, that would be the basis for an attempted assassination charge. And I do expect prosecutors will add charges, maybe as soon as today, maybe within the coming days. And given what we know about the writings, I do expect there to be attempted assassination charges added to this case.
Yeah,
The man accused of
minutes before the incident occurred. But these officials also told me that the family members did not see this until after the incident, and that's when they reported it.
Now, somebody said the family members is going to go through heavy investigation. What y'all think about that, man? Should the family members go through heavy investigation? This our boy Dan Bonadingo. He stepped down from his appointment, but he got something to say on this subject. Let's listen to Dan Bonadingo. It's my boy.
First sign I've ever seen from the left. Do you think we're turning a point? And how much did the rhetoric have to do with this?
Yeah, we're turning a point, all right, for the worse, not for the better. Listen, having been an agent for over 12 years in the Secret Service, 12 years, and having spent a good amount of time in a protective intelligence squad where you actually go out and interview these people who threaten the president and our protectees, I think there's an assumption on the left where there's no shame in threatening the president's life on the left. So this isn't a both sides thing. So we can just cut that garbage out right now and just stop the nonsense. On the right, okay, on any respected kind of mainstream figure on the right, if you were to go out and even imply someone should be physically hurt on the left for their ideas, you're almost instantly shamed out of the movement. There is no such corresponding effect on the left. You just mentioned the name. I don't even want to mention this guy's name because he's such a zero, but he's out there implying that, you know, physical violence is okay and is a means of fighting back against a man or systemic discrimination, whatever crap they throw out there. And not only, Rachel, is there no shame, you're welcomed in open arms on mainstream left-wing podcasts where they're like, hey, come on in and spew this bile out there. There is no such corresponding movement on the right. There is no both sides, folks. Stop telling yourself that. It's not true. You would never be allowed on this network. You work here. I've worked here a long time. You would never be allowed in this network even joking around about that stuff. You'd be gone. They pull you off mid-segment. They don't allow that stuff. It's not a both sides thing. It is garbage. And let me tell you another thing too that worries me. This is why I am extremely concerned for this president, have been for a long time. You know, when the IRA tried to get Maggie Thatcher and nearly did at a hotel with a bomb, and she barely made it out of that, they said, you know, we only have to be lucky once. You know, you have to be lucky every day. This has to be the luckiest man on earth. I mean, you can have the greatest Secret Service in the world, guys, but the hard reality is they're always reacting, and reacting is always slower than acting because the person acting knows what they're going to do. I'm going to storm this checkpoint. The Secret Service has to react. There's always a fog of war problem. I mean, you can have Green Berets and SEAL Team 6 out there, the greatest spec ops people in the world. They'll compress that timeline to act, but you're always reacting to someone else. And I'm worried for him. And I've never seen anything like this in my time in law enforcement.
No, and we've never been in this situation where we have this rising political violence. Dan Mangino, thank you for taking time.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Meanwhile, our own Jackie Heinrich is going to be speaking with President Trump.
Put one in the chat if you agree with Dan Bonadingo. A lot of the people watching, we a little bit older, right? So we know about, you know, politics from a couple different terms. Have you seen it like this? I did a graph. I haven't seen it like this since, you know, JFK in the 60s and the 70s with civil rights. This is Jimmy Kimmel to the effect of what Dan Bonadingo said. And I argued this earlier. We don't have anyone on the right like Kimmel. Do you guys agree or disagree? I argue there's no one on the right like Jimmy Kimmel or like a Colbert. Do you agree? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. A lot of people put 3. If you put 3, just tell me what it means.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. You know, our First Lady Melania is here.
This is a joke. I don't think this is a joke. What is the country? How can you argue? How can you argue that what the Democrats do, what people like Kimmel do? How can you argue that this is anywhere the same? How can you argue that this is anywhere the same? It's not the same. It's not the same at all. What conservatives have to go through and what Trump has gone through, Charlie Kirk's wife has gone through, it's not the same.
This guy's obviously another of these left-wing lunatics who's come to kill the president. 3 assassination attempts on the president now. Charlie is dead. You have people on the left lionizing Luigi Mangione.
Well, there's a bar in Wisconsin.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
You have polling showing a tolerance for political violence on the left. And I heard Hakeem Jeffries say this week, it's maximum warfare all the time.
We are in an era of maximum warfare. Everywhere, all the time.
How can you argue that this is not Democrats pushing this? Look at this guy.
On the left, and I heard Hakeem Jeffries say this week, it's maximum warfare all the time.
We are in an era of maximum warfare. Everywhere, all the time.
We have a violent streak on the left and a rhetoric problem on the left, and it must be acknowledged today.
When I was at the Department,
We have a violent streak on the left and a rhetoric problem on the left. And they're trying to argue and say Scott is wrong.
Our First Lady Melania is here.
I have some evidence to disagree with you. This is my evidence that the rhetoric is coming from the left. This is my evidence, and it's not just a joke. They are trying to laugh at our president and his assassination. You can't argue against Scott. Listen to this.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. Our First Lady Melania is here.
That's the left. How can you argue? That's the left. These are the jokes, and they say we're at war all the time. How can you argue what Scott is saying?
All the time.
We are in an era of maximum warfare. Everywhere, all the time.
We have a violent streak on the left and a rhetoric problem on the left, and it must be acknowledged
so
today.
when I was at the Department of Justice, what we found is after the 2020 election, there was a significant rise of threats to all elected leaders, state legislators, some who were killed, to our president, Joe Biden at the time, Barack Obama. Someone tried to go into his residence. This is a problem.
Who's the president?
Hold on.
How
I
many
understand.
assassination attempts?
There are several
3.
assassination attempts
3.
to other presidents that were not successful. I agree. It should be investigated about why they continue. What are the failures of the Secret Service?
And the
moving forward?
Democratic, just quickly, the Speaker of the House in Minnesota, a Democrat, lost her life to political violence this past summer. This is not solely a problem on the left. It is a problem across the board. It is a rising crisis.
Don't downplay it this
It is
morning.
a rising
Charlie,
crisis in this country.
Stop generalizing
and
the
it's
left.
appalling.
And stop generalizing the left as the
Appalling.
entire left.
Candidates
Hold on,
campaigning with Hassan
listen
Piker.
to me. Stop generalizing the left as the left is the entire.
I believe this is an example of what's happening. Did you see what she just did? Did you see how she attacked him? She looked like she has her hands on him and she is yelling at him, trying to tell him what to do. I get in debates like this all the time. This is a woman. He's a man. He's at a disadvantage. He can't respond back to her in kind. This is what the left does. They attack and get violent. Pay attention to the way she treats this man who's been very cordial in his tone. Listen to Scott's tone and listen how she attacks him. It's embarrassing.
The entire left.
Candidates campaigning with Hassan
Listen
Piker.
to me. Stop generalizing the left as the left
Listen
is the
to me.
entire
You can be mad at me all
problem.
you want.
I am not
It's all-
mad at you,
we have a left
Scott.
wing
I want
issue.
you to be truthful.
Listen to me. I mean, this is a Karen on steroids. I mean, this is super Karen. I mean, did you see? You can't talk to individuals like that. We're on TV. We're colleagues. That was the most embarrassing That was some Jasmine Crockett shit. That was some Jasmine.
Problem on the left. It is a problem across the board. It is a rising
Don't
crisis.
downplay it this
It is
morning.
a rising
Shirley,
crisis in this
Luigi,
country.
Stop, but
Trump,
stop generalizing
and
the
it's
left
appalling.
and stop generalizing the left as the
polling
entire left.
Candidates
Hold on,
campaigning with Hassan
listen
Piker.
to me. Stop generalizing the left.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Stop generalizing. Who is you? I don't work for you. This is so. Look at Scott's face. Do you see this? And it's like they fall for the bait every time. This is an example of how far left the left has gone. And this is why we have the violence, and this is how they act out.
Stop generalizing the left as the
polling
entire left.
Candidates
Hold on,
campaigning with Hassan
listen
Piker.
to me. Stop generalizing the left as the left is the
You can be
entire
mad at me all
problem.
you want.
I'm not
It's all-
mad at you.
We have a left.
I'm not mad. She's big mad. Can we get she big mad in the chat? She big mad. She big mad. Stop generalizing the left. This is the example. I would like to say, you guys, that this is the example, right? Huh? This is the example. And let's go to the beautiful press secretary. She talking about the Jimmy Kimmel joke. She got something to say in response to the Jimmy Kimmel, and I don't think that was a joke. How many people think what Jimmy Kimmel said was funny? I don't think that was funny. I don't think this is a joke. And let's listen to it, and then we're going to go to the White House press secretary response.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. Our First Lady.
So that's the joke. I don't think that's very funny. Let's go to the press secretary. She gonna respond to that. Where's she at? There she go.
Much of the manifesto of the would-be assassin is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many. For example, as the First Lady of the United States pointed out this morning, just 2 days prior to the shooting, ABC's late-night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow. Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president, the First Lady, and his supporters is completely deranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night. As President Trump said on Saturday night at this podium, we as Americans must recommit ourselves to resolving our differences peacefully and uniting around the shared values that make our country great. The deranged lies and smears against the president, his family, his supporters have led crazy people to believe crazy things, and they are inspired to commit violence because of those words. It has to stop.
I agree. That was great. Do you agree? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree.
Much of the manifesto of the would-be assassin is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many. For example, as the First Lady of the United States pointed out this morning, just 2 days prior to the shooting, ABC's late-night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow. Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president, the first lady, and his supporters is completely deranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night. As President Trump said on Saturday night at this podium, we as Americans must recommit ourselves to resolving our differences peacefully and uniting around the shared values that make our country great. The deranged lies and smears against the president, his family, his supporters have led crazy people to believe crazy things, and they are inspired to commit violence because of those words. It has to stop.
Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree.
Hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. I apologize to all of the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, to all who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. On to why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. And I am no longer willing.
This is the manifesto you are hearing. I don't know if you heard it before. This is the manifesto of the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter. Double tap, hit the like button.
And traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement. Probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel. They are targets, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Secret Service. They are targets only if necessary, and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible. AKA, I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass with shotguns messes up people who aren't. Hotel security, not targets if at all possible, AKA unless they shoot at me. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Hotel employees, not targets at all. Guests, not targets at all. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs, less penetration through walls. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend a speech and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that. Rebuttals to objections. Objection 1. As a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Rebuttal. Turning the other cheek is for when you yourself are oppressed. I'm not the person raped in a detention camp. I'm not the fisherman executed without trial. I'm not a school kid blown up or a child starved or a teenage girl abused by the many criminals in this administration. Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It is complicity in the oppressor's crimes. Objection 2. This is not a convenient time for you to do this. Rebuttal. I need whoever thinks this way to take a couple minutes and realize that the world isn't about them. Do you think that when I see someone raped or murdered or abused, I should walk on by because it would be inconvenient for people who aren't the victim? This was the best timing and chance of success I could come up with. Objection 3. You didn't get them all. Rebuttal. Gotta start somewhere. Objection 4. As a half-black, half-white person, you shouldn't be the one doing this. Rebuttal. I don't see anyone else picking up the slack. Objection 5. Yield unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Rebuttal. The United States of America are ruled by the law, not by any one or several people. Insofar as representatives and judges do not follow the law, no one is required to yield them anything so unlawfully ordered. I would also like to extend my appreciation to a great many people since I will not be likely to be able to talk with them again, unless the Secret Service is astoundingly incompetent. Thank you to my family, both personal and church, for your love over these 31 years. Thank you to my friends for your companionship over many years. Thank you to my colleagues over many jobs for your positivity and professionalism. Thank you to my students for your enthusiasm and love of learning. Thank you to the many acquaintances I've met in person and online, for short interactions and long-term relationships, for your perspectives and inspiration. Thank you all for everything. Sincerely, Cole, Cold Force, Friendly Federal Assassin, Allen. P.S. Okay, now that all the sappy stuff is done, what the hell is the Secret Service doing? Sorry, gonna rant a bit here and drop the formal tone. Like I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got, who knows, maybe they're pranking me, is nothing. No damn security. Not in transport. Not in the hotel. Not in the event. Like, the one thing that I immediately noticed walking into the hotel is the sense of arrogance. I walk in with multiple weapons, and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. The security at the event is all outside, focused on protesters and current arrivals because apparently no one thought about what happens if someone checks in the day before. Like, this level of incompetence is insane, and I very sincerely hope it's corrected by the time this country gets actually competent leadership again. Like, if I was an Iranian agent instead of an American citizen, I could have brought a damn Deuce in here and no one would have noticed shit. Actually insane. Oh, and if anyone is curious, is how doing something like feels. It's awful. I want to throw up. I want to cry for all the things I wanted to do and never will, for all the people whose trust this betrays. I experience rage thinking about everything this administration has done.
If you like this video, then like, share, and subscribe to Mirror Now.
First and only place where you heard the full manifesto. Double tap, hit the like button. We're going to listen to it again. That's the full manifesto in its entirety for the first time. Double tap, hit the like button. Only person on YouTube, independent media, with the full manifesto. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in. Perfect Timing Podcast. We're listening to the full manifesto of the White House correspondent shooter.
So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. I apologize to all of the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, to all who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. On to why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. And I am no longer willing and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement. Probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel. They are targets, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest.
Let's check this video out from my boy Benny Johnson. He got the FBI, former FBI. So they're going over what happened. Even in the manifesto, he says if he was an Iranian agent, he could have came in there and did more damage. This FBI agent said if this was 4 men, this was only one guy. This FBI agent is speculating if this was 4 men, Trump may have been taken out. Double tap at the like button.
Right? And the only reason the doors are closed is for noise. And by the way, as we know, and
Let me start that over. My bad. Let me start that over.
What's going on here, Ren? Like how egregious is it? You're right. They're taking down all the security measures while the president is sitting there with the first lady.
they are doors away from the president, right? And the only reason doors are closed is for noise. And by the way, as we know, any of the dignitaries, any of the people there going to the bathroom are in that exact same hallway, obviously, like we know, we've heard that story. But you can see these guys think the show is over, right? This is a culture problem. It's a tactical problem. The other thing I want to highlight is I do believe, unfortunately, there's probably friendly fire, which often can happen in these chaotic situations if the training is not good, right? And I want to actually point to the 3 gentlemen, the 3 officers against the wall. If you stop at the very beginning or start the video at the very beginning,
Here we go.
the guy in the middle, let's see those three arrows down. Watch that guy in the middle. He drops very quickly, and it looks like, I believe potentially he may have been shot by the guy whose back is towards us, shooting at the subject as he's running towards them. He drops like a bag of potatoes, and people are saying, oh no, he shoots the other person, another agent.
So really quick, let's deal with this. He said that the guy was close to Trump. I've been showing this all day because a lot of people been saying this. They keep saying how close he was to the president in the hallway. If you guys look, this is the hallway in question. You still have to go through this area. This is the terrace level. Trump is on the lower level ballroom here. He is not near the president. You will hear this a lot. But people are speculating. Like he said he heard reports. He's not been in this hotel before. He's never been in this hotel before. I am showing you the blueprints of the hotel, what it looks like on the ground. This is the security checkpoint. This is where he was apprehended. He is on the terrace level. President Trump is stairs to the terrace level. You see this? You see this shadow here I'm highlighting? It's not as big as I would like it to be. The image is not as big as I would like it to be. Do you see where it says stairs to terrace level? Everybody with me? It says stairs to terrace level. We're talking about an entire different level. Are you guys with me? Because everybody is saying how close he is to the president, okay? This is where the checkpoint is. This is the entry level. Now remember, he is a resident at the hotel. He has a room at the hotel. In his manifesto, he says he checked in the night before. He is a resident at the hotel. He has established residence. He is supposed to be there. Everybody with me? He is a resident at the hotel. He is supposed to be where he is actually at. Where he is at, he has permission and is supposed to be there. Unlike a lot of people, he is supposed to be in the interior of the hotel. He is at the checkpoint. When he never gets past the first checkpoint. He never gets past the first checkpoint. He's apprehended here, and then there are stairs. Everybody with us? We're all together, right? There are stairs to the terrace level, and President Trump is here. There are stairs to the down to the lower level. Trump is at the lower level ballroom here. Trump is at the lower level ballroom. To get to President Trump, there are stairs leading you back up to the upper terrace level. Hello? Hello? This is my argument. That's my argument. You can dispute it in the chat. You can dispute it in the chat. That's my argument. You can dispute it in the chat. Let's get back.
Like how egregious is it? You're right. They're taking down all the security measures while the president is sitting there with the first lady.
They are doors away from the president, right? And the only reason the doors are closed is for noise. And by the way, as we know, any of the dignitaries, any of the people there going to the bathroom are in that exact same hallway, obviously,
Yes.
like we know, we've heard that story. Yes. But you can see these guys think the show is over, right? This is a culture problem. It's a tactical problem. The other thing I want to highlight is I do believe, unfortunately, there's probably friendly fire, which often can happen in these chaotic situations if the training is not good, right? And I want to actually point to the three gentlemen, the three officers against the wall. If you stop at the very beginning or start the video at the very beginning,
Here we go.
the guy in the middle, let's see those three arrows down. Watch that guy in the middle. He drops very quickly. And it looks like, I believe potentially he may have been shot by the guy whose back is towards us, shooting at the subject as he's running towards them. He drops like a bag of potatoes. And people are saying, oh no, he shoots the other person, another agent to his right. But if you go back and watch that slowly, you'll see him. And they have to drag him away. He cannot walk. So regardless, if you see or watch that guy in the middle, he drops, boom, and then he cannot walk. They have to go back and pull him along. Look, see that? Like there's something wrong with that guy.
Wow.
Right? And I don't know if he's the one that may have been shot. And thankfully, by the way, we know that the vest worked, and the gentleman will be okay if it's him or somebody else.
Yes.
Bottom line is, you see all of these what we call blue on blue situations where people are shooting in the directions of other officers. Right? No one hits the subject. We're actually lucky that more officers were not shot. And ultimately, the guy is tackled. That's the hero, whoever tackled this guy, by the way. Talk about getting medals and things like that. But look at the composure of the team. Everybody's back is to where the threat will be coming into. And it's all kind of like, hey, it's like we're in the coffee room. We're getting water at the bubbler, right? Putting stuff away. You know, it's shocking to me that after Butler, after what happened with the golf course issue, after what happened with the Northgate and Mar-a-Lago, that this is where we're at. It doesn't make sense.
Some are saying that perhaps it was this officer that was trying to shoot and stop, and this officer then fired and hit this agent. It certainly seems plausible. It absolutely seems plausible, Ren.
And even if it's not, even if it isn't that situation, all of this is a training issue.
Yes.
We have to get training is something we can control, right? We can do that as much as we need to. We can be repetitive. We get the muscle memory. It's something we have to do as a former law enforcement, as a former SWAT operator. This is the kind of a training that has to be ingrained. It takes time and money to do that. To me,
Is this a training issue? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe this is a training issue. We're going to go back to that video. Let's take a look at this.
Point you were down. What was happening?
Well,
It looked chaotic. At one point you were down. What was happening?
Well, what happened is it was a little bit me. I wanted to see what was happening, and I wasn't making it that easy for him. I wanted to see what was going on. And by that time, we started to realize maybe it was a bad problem, different kind of a problem, bad one, and different than what would be normal noise from a ballroom, which you hear all the time. And I was surrounded by great people, and I probably made them act a little bit more slow. They said, wait a minute, let me see, wait a minute. So, I'm telling guys.
Just at that moment where it looks like you go sort of down with the service, you were telling them to wait.
Well, I know what happened is then I started walking with them. I started walking, and they said, please go down on the floor. So I went down, and First Lady went down also.
Happy birthday, one of a kind.
So Trump said he was fighting back. How many people believe that's what happened? I don't know if I believe that's what happened. Trump said he was fighting back, and that's why it looked like that. Me in the chat, I said it looked like Keystone Coppers. I agree with my chat, man. It did look like Keystone Coppers. I mean, we broke it down. Number one, Trump, they got JD Vance out of there, and it was very efficient the way they got JD Vance out of there. The staff that they had with JD Vance compared to your staff, it was a lot more than you just telling them to not go, right? It was a lot more to it than that. I gotta be honest about that. You got to take a look at the video, Trump, and look at what happened and why it happened the way it did. Like straight up, we gotta discuss that.
Lack of training with this group at a minimum, right? And these people are protecting the 1, 2, and 3 of our government.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wouldn't have really been that difficult to have said, well, listen, we're not going to let a bunch of randos check into the hotel, because if you bought a block of rooms, you could light a bomb that could bring down the whole hotel right onto this ballroom. This is a subterranean ballroom. And I hate to think this way, but it's just the way you got to think. I mean, I was walking the grounds in Butler right after the shooting, and I was just like, man, if you had a sophisticated operation here, you could have killed thousands of people, plus the president. You could have ended MAGA rallies forever.
Right.
Yeah,
Crooks was not a great shot.
I mean,
look what he was able to do.
Right.
A real sniper, game over, clearly.
Game over. And if you had a real drone swarm, game over, right? Like, it would have been over. Everything. Nothing would have stopped it. So it just seems.
But also, remember with Butler, I was like, oh, well, now we have to go inside because we have to worry. We can't handle the sniper situation, right? Well, now we're inside.
This was inside. This was
right.
inside.
And now we can't handle this situation.
Yes, right. Yes,
right. Hotels are always problematic, by the way, for security for lots of reasons.
Yeah.
And we always say, oh, the balance of access and security. No more of this balance talk. Let's just secure the president first. And, screw the access right now. We clearly cannot do both well, effectively right now, right?
Correct.
And I know we're a democracy. I understand we need access. But right now, we need our president and our leaders to stay alive, right? That should be the priority. You cannot go through everybody, every bio, run every person in the hotel. That's a massive hotel. Events at hotels, I'm sorry, they're over. They're done, right? We just cannot control that environment. And the fact that he's potentially using a stairway that somehow circumvents some of the security, if I'm even understanding that correctly, like stairways, isn't that protection 101?
Same with rooftops, right? Like the elevated position. Bro, I was wandering around in Butler with Eli Crane, who, of course, has taken a ton of bullets for this country and was a Navy SEAL. And he was, positioned in some of the worst places on earth. And he's like, you don't have Overwatch? You have nobody up on the water tower? You have nobody looking at the roof? You have nobody that has eyes on the event? There's nobody up in an elevated position because there wasn't. He's like, this is systemically designed to fail. It's designed
Brooks had a rangefinder. He had a rangefinder, and then they lost him.
Bro. Yep.
Why do you need a rangefinder at that event? Then they lost contact with him? Like how? Like that? You grab that guy right away. I'm sorry, but that is the posture we have to be into right now. That's just the reality. This should not.
So chat, I see you chat. Some people are saying in the chat they believe it's staged. So I'm gonna ask the chat, do you think it's staged or incompetence? Because the FBI agent is saying incompetence. So let's ask the question, is it staged or is it incompetence and lack of training? Because remember, that's why Dan Bonadingo wanted to get the job. This is what Dan Bonadingo pointed out about Butler also. This is when Biden was president. You know what else was true about Butler? All of those people in black suits were Secret Service. Some of them were temporary employees. That's why the head of the Secret Service, which was a woman at the time, had to step down. So is it DEI hiring? Is it lowering of standards that breeds this level of incompetence? Huh? You saw the old man on the stage with his hand in his pocket, or is it staged? Or is it staged? Let me know in the chat.
Not be that difficult.
He said it cannot be that difficult. Let me know in the chat what you think. Is it staged or is it incompetence? Because that's a valid question. That's a valid question that you guys bring forth.
Detained the suspect, Cole Tomas Allen. The president and all the protectees and participants at the dinner were safe. One brave officer was injured and is receiving care and has been released from the hospital. I want to make this clear. This man was a floor above the ballroom with hundreds of federal agents between him and the President of the United States.
That's what I've been teaching today.
The Department of Justice approaches incidents like...
He said he was a floor above the ballroom. That's what I've been teaching today. He was a floor above the ballroom with thousands of agents. I said that, but he just said it, but I showed it. Thank you for saying that, brother. Thank you for saying that. He was a floor above the ballroom with thousands of agents, but people keep saying that something else was true.
This with urgency and clarity of purpose. Violence has no place in civic life. It cannot and will not be used to disrupt democratic institutions or intimidate those who serve them, and it certainly cannot continue to be used against the President of the United States. We are investigating this matter fully. We will apply the law fairly, and we will ensure that accountability is swift and certain. But we also should recognize what did not happen. Law enforcement did not fail. They did exactly what they are trained to do. This was not an accident. It was the result, as we know now, of preparation. But the men and women who protected us that night were trained, professional, and had an enduring commitment to the rule of law. Just to go through very quickly the timeline, which many of you in this room already know. The defendant, Allen, made a hotel reservation at the Washington Hilton for April 24th through April 26th. On April 21st of this year, he traveled by train from Los Angeles to Chicago and then from Chicago to Washington, D.C.
With the weapons.
On April 24th.
That's what we deduced today. As we did our timeline, not only did he travel by train, but he traveled with the weapons and ammunition. To avoid TSA, he traveled cross country from California to DC with the weapons. Just to highlight that.
4th, he arrived in Washington, D.C. at approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon and checked into the Washington Hilton. Approximately at 8:40 on the night of April 25th, Allen approached a security checkpoint on the terrace level of the hotel, which is again a floor above where the dinner was taking place. He ran through the magnetometer holding a long gun. As he did so, U.S. Secret Service personnel assigned to the checkpoint heard a loud gunshot. One Secret Service officer was shot in the chest, but was wearing a ballistic vest that worked. This heroic officer who was hit fired 5 times at Allen, who was not shot, but fell to the ground and was promptly arrested. Secret Service agents promptly tackled and detained the suspect, Cole Tomas Allen. The president and all the protectees and participants at the dinner were safe. One brave officer was injured and is receiving care and has been released from the hospital. I want to make this clear. This man was a floor above the ballroom with hundreds.
That's what I was sharing. People are asking, what about the t-shirt? People are asking, what about the t-shirt? People are asking, why is he like, as you see in the picture right here, why was he found like this with no shirt on? That's what y'all asking in the chat. That's a good question. Because remember what Candace Owens is pointing out now about Tyler Robinson and the different photographs, and the fact that when the Dairy Queen photo was taken was not actually when they told us the photo was taken, the clothes he had on was not the actual clothes. So it's a very good question and a very astute observation to say, Why don't he have his shirt on?
31-year-old Cole Allen sent a series of sprawling thoughts to family members, a senior White House official told NBC News, detailing his plan, describing himself as a friendly federal assassin. Tonight, federal officials shifting their gaze some 2,500 miles away from the halls of the Washington Hilton to this last known address, this quiet neighborhood in Torrance, California, just south of Los Angeles, where FBI teams in tactical gear descended on the home overnight, executing a search warrant. Today, agents going door to door.
Everybody says it don't happen in your neighborhood, but it happens in everybody's neighborhood. It's going to happen no matter where you're at.
Officials say Allen traveled by train from LA to Chicago, then to DC before checking into the hotel on the 24th.
We're still investigating motive, and that's something that will necessarily take a couple of days at least.
In a transcript of the suspect's writings, Allen described his targets as administration officials, his family saying they alerted police upon seeing the writings, telling authorities he had a tendency to make radical statements and constantly referred to a plan to do something. Authorities say his weapons, including a 12-gauge shotgun and .38 pistol, were legally purchased well before the shooting. In an interview with law enforcement, his sister said he regularly trained at a shooting range, according to a senior administration official.
His family said he had big difficulty. Maybe they should have reported him a little bit more strongly, probably. But it's a hard thing to do, I guess.
According to Allen's LinkedIn profile, he was a part-time teacher at a tutoring and test prep company where he was named Teacher of the Month in December 2024. According to social media, he graduated from the California Institute of Technology in 2017, earning a mechanical engineering degree.
The idea with this is to prevent it from moving at all.
The year he graduated, he appears on a local news segment during a tech conference demonstrating a prototype wheelchair brake.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground.
The question authorities say they are now working to uncover how this promising academic may have wound up a would-be assassin.
Steve's joining us now from that neighborhood in Torrance. And Steve, we understand that this suspect has not been cooperating with police while in custody.
Yeah, Hallie, first of all, police say Allen was not shot, but was taken to a local hospital. He's expected to be arraigned on 2 preliminary charges: use of a firearm during a crime of violence and assault on a federal officer. And you said it, at least so far, authorities say he has not been cooperative with this investigation. Hallie.
Tonight, dramatic new video captures the moment Secret Service officers wrestled the alleged White House Correspondents' Dinner gunman to the ground. 31-year-old Cole Tomas Allen tackled and arrested after authorities say he charged through a security checkpoint, armed with a shotgun, a pistol, and multiple knives. And according to what a senior administration official says are Cole's own writings, with a desire to kill the president and other administration officials.
You know, you guys a very good question, because in some pictures it looked like he had like that foil blanket where he was almost nude. How does he get all of his clothes off? That's a good question.
Officials. A federal investigation in full swing tonight, from the Washington Hilton crime scene to the suspect's home in California.
We don't believe anybody else was involved, but again, we have a lot of work left to do and a lot of evidence left to invest, to go through and to collect.
The annual Washington Gala, with President Trump, the First Lady, and Vice President Vance all attending for the first time in office, seated on a dais in a massive basement ballroom. Just getting underway when, at 8:35, loud bangs could be heard in the ballroom. Secret Service agents suddenly swarmed the stage. The Vice President pulled to his feet and out of sight. The President and First Lady enveloped by agents and hustled to safety. The President tonight on 60 Minutes.
And I started walking with them. I started walking, and they said, please go down on the floor. So I went down, and First Lady went down also.
Across the ballroom, mass confusion as attendees ducked under tables and more law enforcement officers rushed in. Top officials, including the Health and Defense Secretaries and House Speaker Mike Johnson, all pulled from the room by their protective details. All of it captured on phone cameras as a ballroom packed with reporters began covering the story developing around them.
It's still unclear what happened. There are reports that there may be somebody down outside.
I think at this point, it's clear that the president has been evacuated from the ballroom, but not necessarily from the property at large.
From a secure location inside the hotel, the president posting at 9:17, quote, quite an evening in D.C., Then at 9:36 that he and his cabinet were unharmed, and at the request of law enforcement, headed back to the White House for a news conference. Top White House aides sharing these behind-the-scene photos from the Oval Office, moments before the president took the podium.
Well, thank you very much. Take a look at what happened.
President Trump, the target of 2 previous assassination attempts as a candidate, addressing the gravity of the moment.
We had some great work done by law enforcement, but in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts and resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences.
The president also sharing this surveillance video of the moment the attacker charged through security, a floor above the ballroom, and was apprehended.
I heard a noise. I thought it was a tray going down. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster.
The presence of so many top government officials under one roof drawing scrutiny today.
I think the Secret Service needs to reconsider having both the president and vice president together, like something like that, you know. Chuck Grassley would be the president had they all been taken out.
Garrett is joining us now from the White House. So, Garrett, you've got the president praising the officer who was hurt last night, who was apparently saved by his bulletproof vest, right?
That's right, Hallie. DC's police chief says this was a uniformed Secret Service officer who had the good fortune to take this bullet directly into his protective vest. The president thanked the officer last night, described him as being in great shape and high spirits. Hallie.
Hi there, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we are coming on the air with a breaking news report after last night's shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner here in D.C. In just the last few hours, we're learning that the suspect, we're going to show him to you here, look at sprinting past, ready to see this, charging past security armed with a shotgun and pistol, was likely targeting various members. We're rolling that video here. Suspect's going to come running through. You see him on the left side of your screen.
Man, y'all want to hear the manifesto? Y'all want to hear the manifesto one more time? Let's go break down this manifesto one more time, y'all, because I haven't heard anyone else play this manifesto like this. This is the manifesto of the shooter live. First time on the internet, the manifesto of the shooter live.
Secret Service. They are targets only if necessary and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible. AKA, I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass with shotguns messes up people who aren't. Hotel security, not targets if at all possible, AKA unless they shoot at me. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Hotel employees, not targets at all. Guests, not targets at all. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs, less penetration through walls. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend a speech and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that. Rebuttals to objections. Objection 1. As a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Rebuttal. Turning the other cheek is for when you yourself are oppressed. I'm not the person raped in a detention camp. I'm not the fisherman executed without trial. I'm not a school kid blown up or a child starved or a teenage girl abused by the many criminals in this administration. Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It is complicity in the oppressor's crimes.
So this is what they're talking about when he is directly quoting all of these Democratic narratives that are not true about Trump. All of this stuff that has been made up in an effort to stop him politically, people take to heart and believe as truth, even though there is no conviction and no fact.
Objection 2. This is not a convenient time for you to do this. Rebuttal. I need whoever thinks this way to take a couple minutes and realize that the world isn't about them. Do you think that when I see someone raped or murdered or abused, I should walk on by because it would be inconvenient for people who aren't the victim? This was the best timing and chance of success I could come up with. Objection 3. You didn't get them all. Rebuttal. Gotta start somewhere. Objection 4. As a half-black, half-white person, you shouldn't be the one doing this. Rebuttal. I don't see anyone else picking up the slack. Objection 5. Yield unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Rebuttal. The United States of America are ruled by the law, not by any one or several people. Insofar as representatives and judges do not follow the law, No one is required to yield them anything so unlawfully ordered. I would also like to extend my appreciation to a great many people since I will not be likely to be able to talk with them again, unless the Secret Service is astoundingly incompetent. Thank you to my family, both personal and church, for your love over these 31 years. Thank you to my friends for your companionship over many years. Thank you to my colleagues over many jobs for your positivity and professionalism. Thank you to my students for your enthusiasm and love of learning. Thank you to the many acquaintances I've met, in person and online, for short interactions and long-term relationships, for your perspectives and inspiration. Thank you all for everything. Sincerely, Cole, Cold Force, Friendly Federal Assassin, Allen. P.S. Okay, now that all the sappy stuff is done, what the hell is the Secret Service doing? Sorry, gonna rant a bit here and drop the formal tone. Like, I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got, who knows, maybe they're pranking me, is nothing. No damn security. Not in transport. Not in the hotel. Not in the event. Like, the one thing that I immediately noticed walking into the hotel is the sense of arrogance. I walk in with multiple weapons, and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. The security at the event is all outside, focused on protesters and current arrivals because apparently no one thought about what happens if someone checks in the day before. Like, this level of incompetence is insane, and I very sincerely hope it's corrected by the time this country gets actually competent leadership again. Like, if I was an Iranian agent instead of an American citizen, I could have brought a damn Deuce in here and no one would have noticed shit. Actually insane. Oh, and if anyone is curious, is how doing something like feels. It's awful. I want to throw up. I want to cry for all the things I wanted to do and never will, for all the people whose trust this betrays. I experience rage thinking about everything this administration has done.
If you like this video, then like, share, and
What y'all think, man? That's the manifesto in its entirety. We did a great job today. We did the timeline, the manifesto. We got the background. We got Trump, J.D. Vance. A lot of people asking the question. You guys are coming in new, and I thank you for coming in. Make sure you subscribe. Come back tomorrow at 1 p.m. We do this every day, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. A lot of people came in after we had our J.D. Vance discussion, and I'm the one who put it forth. I said, and I showed the video. I said, why did they take J.D. Vance first? And a lot of people came in the chat saying, why did they take J.D. Vance? You let me know. Let me know in the chat. Let me know when you come back tomorrow. Let me know right now. Why did they take J.D. Vance first? Why was J.D. Vance security team more professional, more prepared, more serious? Why was there a lone black guy in a tuxedo on the stage not doing anything? There's so many questions. Straight up, legitimate questions. Then that guy finally comes to help. Trump's security detail is old as Trump. They don't know what to do. They're bumbling around like idiots and fools. So, yeah, that's why I showed that video. I showed that video because I noticed it when I did my research. When I did my research, you know what I said? I said, you know what? J.D. Vance is going to be the next motherfucking president. You know, I thought about Peter Thiel, Palantir, all that shit. I'm like, man, J.D. Vance, what it looked like to me, they secured the bag. It looked like to me the way they grabbed J.D. Vance and left Trump sitting. So I showed the video. There was 3 guys who grabbed J.D., right? And then 3 guys grabbed J.D., but then a third guy surrounds J.D. All the while Trump is still sitting. Trump, and then when they finally move Trump out, they don't cover his head. I said, even in Butler, you're supposed to put your hand on top of Trump's head and push him out, force him out the room, get him to safety. They didn't do that. Even as Trump is leaving, Trump is saying he's fighting back. Well, he shouldn't have been allowed to fight back. They didn't let J.D. Vance fight back. They picked J.D. Vance ass up and got him the fuck out of there. Man, Yeah, so that's why I even showed that video, because I agree with you. I wanted to know why they got JD Vance out like that too. I don't know, man. Some people say stage, some people say incompetence. Y'all let me know in the chat, man. You know we're gonna follow this story. This is gonna be the story for the next couple here, because he's not dead. He's been charged. So we got he been charged with 3 charges so far, and he already went to court. So we're gonna follow the trial. We're gonna get to see more information. People in the chat speculating about, you know, the who's, the what's, and the whys. He's not dead. He's gonna go to trial, and we're gonna see. We're gonna follow this story and find out a lot more. You know, and it's a lot to unpack about what we learned so far. I want to say thank you again, everybody here. Can I ask a big favor? Would you guys mind if I ask a favor? I would love to ask everyone watching now to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. It's absolutely free. You can double tap the screen. If you're on a cell phone, in the top upper right hand corner, there's 3 dots. There's called an ellipsis. You hit that ellipsis, it'll give you the option to like or dislike. If you didn't like what you heard today, you can hit the dislike button. I'm asking you to hit the like button. Huge favor right now. Everybody watching, go to the ellipsis or double tap your cell phone screen. And if you're so inclined to come back tomorrow and you want to be notified, I would ask you to hit the subscribe. Hit the subscribe button and then come back tomorrow, right? You can hit the icon, hit that beautiful icon. You see my name, you see my thumbnail, you see that beautiful thumbnail there. That's me. That's Perfect Timing Podcast. You know, I'm the black guy with the tight eyes, and I present political, geopolitical news on a daily basis. This is actually the #1 channel on YouTube for geopolitical live stream to political discourse. There's no other channel like this. We do this every day. If you go, when you subscribe, what you will find, you're going to be pleasantly surprised. When you go to the channel and you hit that subscribe button, you're going to see a bunch of content. You're going to see a lot of great content, a lot of great art, creativity, a community. You will become part of a community, right? We post on our community tab every day. People share and get to communicate with the content creator. If you're so inclined, you can join the channel, become a member, and then we have members only live streams. So membership has its privileges. We typically talk about politics from a conservative spectrum. You know, one of the things to that conservative talk, you know, what we talked about today is the Charlie Kirk aspect. You know, when you have these assassinations, we had Scott Jennings on CNN talk about how he lost his friend Charlie Kirk. We want to say God bless Charlie Kirk's memory, God bless his wife and children. And what we like to say is people try to demonize Trump. This shooter had a manifesto where he demonized Trump. And I say he's demonizing Trump based on a lack of information, right? And the same thing is true with Charlie Kirk. What I said today is I reminded people the comparison. There's a lot of people, and I heard a recent rapper make a analogy about celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination. And what it is, after Charlie Kirk's death, the media was successful with depicting Charlie Kirk in the narrative as a racist. But what I put forth as a black conservative who benefited from Brexit, who benefited from Charlie Kirk's teaching, who believed that men in America, black, white, purple, and green, should take back the church, should get married again, go to college, and be men of America, I understood Charlie Kirk's message. And I argue that none of the people who celebrated Charlie Kirk's death and assassination actually listened to him because he wasn't platformed like that. Charlie Kirk wasn't platformed like that. He wasn't on your FYP. And I used the example of Steven Crowder. And I said a lot of people listening to me don't know who Steven Crowder is. And just like before Charlie Kirk's assassination, you didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. But the media successfully painted Charlie Kirk as a racist. And you ran with it and you celebrated his assassination, and you don't care about his wife and his kids. And that's unfortunate, because the same thing is happening to President Trump. The same thing is happening to President Trump, and people don't care. People don't care because this narrative has been painted of him as a PDF, as an R word, and there's no proof to these things. These were politically motivated so that the Democrats could win. They painted Trump with these broad brushes so they could stop him from political victory. And they never came back. This is why Trump won millions and sued these news stations for fake news, because the fake news helped the Democrats propagate these lies. So Trump sued them. 15 million from ABC, 14 million from the other one, over $30 million. He sued them for fake news because the Democrats used these liberal media outlets to propagate these lies that Trump was this and that Trump was that. And now you have people committing these crimes based on this political. This is all campaign about the Democrats. This is why I've said numerous times, I love Tulsi Gabbard. I'm so excited about 2028. Tulsi Gabbard has been doing a great job. You know, Kamala Harris, when you look at Tulsi Gabbard, someone who's actually prepared for the day, prepared for the job, and look at everything she's done since she's been in the position, how she's gone after Fulton County in the election, how she's gone after Obama and Comey and the FBI, and how the Russia hoax, like she's going to have successes. She's going to have bodies. She's going to have campaigns to run on in 2028. Tulsi Gabbard will be able to say, look at how I went after Barack Obama. I have the courage to be president. Look at how I went after Comey and the dirty FBI. Look at how I expose Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama and their conspiracy to go after President Trump using their FBI, right? Arctic Frost, using their FBI to tap Donald Trump's phone, to tap the vice president's phone, using their FBI to create the collusion and the Steele dossier that turned out to be fake. There was no relationship to Trump and Russia. It all turned out to be fake. That's why Trump can call it the Russia hoax and no one ever sue him. That's why he can call it fake news and no one ever sue him, because it was true. It was fake news. He sued them and won. It was a Russia hoax. We have an Israel hoax now. First, they said Trump was in bed with Putin. Now they're saying Trump is in bed with Bibi, and the Democrats are trying to do the same thing. They're trying to do the same thing they did with the first administration. They tied Trump to Russia in the first administration. In this administration, they're trying to tie Trump to Israel. I've debunked that. But these political assassinations precede the actual physical assassination. I'm gonna say that again. These political assassinations of character precede the physical assassinations on the physical person. And I believe that's what we're seeing. And I believe Scott Jennings was correct to call that out. Scott Jennings was absolutely correct to call that out. And you don't see that on the right. You don't see similar character assassinations that would lead to such violence. In fact, the quite opposite. You have policy. You have things like Trump RX, right? You have things like the Trump card, where Trump is giving $1,000 a kid. You have policy and policy. You have 1776. You have the tariffs, You have the GDP. You have policy. You have $7 billion worth of oil revenue coming out of Venezuela. You have the opposite on the right. You don't have there's no need to threaten a Democrat when we keep coming up with winning policy. When we keep coming up with winning policy. When we shut down Title IX, when we get America out of the Paris Climate Accord, when we say to NATO, pay your fair share, when we say to Spain, fuck you, you a free rider. When we say to NATO, fuck you, when we say fuck Starmer, when we say fuck Macron. It's too bad this young man didn't listen to my channel where he'd have a better understanding of the climate of politics today and geopolitics. And he, you know, a lot of the Democrats could do with listening to counter. All day, people come in my chat and try to tell me the other side. I think the Democrats would do a lot with listening to some counter narrative. I'm not saying it'll change your mind, but it would be good if you listen to a different perspective, because you guys are in an echo chamber. That's what leads to this violence, because you believe that you're right. It leads to this violence because you believe that you're right. And it's a damn shame. And it's a damn shame. Man, y'all did a great job hitting the like button. I truly appreciate it. Again, before we leave, I'm going to ask a huge favor. Everybody watching right now, double tap your screen, hit the like button, blow up that screen, blow up that like button. Let YouTube algorithm know how much you support the channel, how much you support the content. Double tap the screen, blow up the screen, blow up that like button. Let them know, hit the subscribe and hit the notification bell. Say, I want to be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. Say, I'm not going to be late. I'm going to be here for the Perfect Timing Podcast. I love Mega Maga Monday. I love Perfect Timing Podcast and the way he presents the information. So I'm going to double tap the screen, hit the like button, hit the ellipsis, hit the like button, hit the subscribe. Those so inclined, they're going to hit the subscribe, hit the plus sign and become a member. I want to send a thank you out to all the members out there, the Perfect Timing Podcast member, the 240K Army. We on our grind to 100,000 subscribers. I want to say thank you to everybody for watching and tuning in and supporting the channel on a daily basis. You know, it means a lot. It means everything to a content creator. So go ahead, hit the like button while you're watching right now. I see everybody like, you seem scared. Everybody out there, don't be scared right now. Don't be scared as you come in. I see the numbers in the chat right now. Don't be afraid. You can do it. Hit the like button. Double tap the screen. Don't be afraid. You can do it. Hit the like button. Double tap the screen, man. I believe in you, man. I believe in you, right? And when you do that, subscribe and come back tomorrow, man. And we're going to discuss, was this staged? Was this incompetence? What's going on with the charges? What's going on with Tyler Robinson? What's going on with Charlie Kirk assassination? What's going on with the political climate in America? You know, Iran is not done. I reported last week, America has won the Iran conflict. While everybody was sleeping, Trump has 3 aircraft carriers and over 10,000 troops, 3,500 Marines. We have shut down the Air Force, all the submarines, all the naval ships. But beyond our military dominance, what I reported last week, and this was not from a Democrat or a Republican or a Muslim or a Jewish site. This came from the Indian Times, the Indian News. This person don't have a dog in the fight. Like I said, they're not Muslim, they're not Jewish, they're not American. What they reported is, and they're close to Iran, what they reported is Iran is suffering from starvation. Now, when I reported this, now I'm saying America has won the war in Iran. Similar to what's going on in Cuba, we're going to have regime change in Cuba without one boot on the ground, one shot fired. And it's because we've been able to dry out Cuba ever since we went to Venezuela. They haven't had any oil, and Trump's tariffs work. Trump threatened anybody who would support Cuba with tariffs. And so Cuba is now negotiating with Marco Rubio because they don't have doctors. I reported last week there's a 96,000 backlog of doctors because the hospitals have been closed because we have no power in Cuba. Schools closed, hospitals closed, roads closed, famine and starvation in Cuba. Now, I bring that up to say the similar tactic has been used in Iran with us closing the Straits of Hormuz. You hear a lot of rhetoric about Iran, and they threatened before this Trump was stupid and they were going to close the Straits of Hormuz. But what actually happened? We blocked, they blocked, and everybody laughs. You know what I'm saying? Well, what was Trump? We blocked, they blocked. They said they were going to, right? They said they were going to block the Straits of Hormuz. And Trump said, we block your block. So Trump blocked the Straits of Hormuz because they thought they would have the power, right? So Trump reminded them who America is. We shut down the Straits of Hormuz. Iran is now withering on the vine. Through our bombing campaign, we have purposely disrupted supply chains. Now, even before going back to the 12-day war, this was true with Israel bombing campaigns and American bombing campaigns. If you're not familiar with the 12-day war, go research the 12-day war. But we went through a bombing campaign that disrupted supply chains in Iran. It doesn't get talked about a lot because the liberal media wants to demonize Trump and say Trump and Pete Hegseth didn't know what they were doing. But the fact of the matter is, us crippling Venezuela, crippling Cuba, is have a crippling effect on Iran. Now, going back to the 12-day war, Iran had starvation, inflation issues, people lining up in bread lines. They had state-sanctioned bread, inflation of bread up 140%, inflation up 500%. This is going back over the past 10 months, going back to the 12-day war. This did not begin February 28th. But what I reported recently, since the invasion on February 28th, supply chains, the wheat that Iran needs to make bread comes from Russia. The raw wheat comes from Russia. They mill the wheat in Iran in plants and factories in Iran. So two things, twofold, similar to Cuba. We have disrupted the supply chains from Russia. There's no more wheat coming to Iran from Russia. That's shut down. And the wheat that could come has to go around the way, around the Americans, and then through the UAE. So they don't have wheat coming. And the last time they got wheat, they had to borrow over $1 billion. And it's over 500% inflation. So there's no wheat coming from Russia right now into Iran. Beyond the fact that we disrupted the supply chains and there's no wheat coming into Iran from Russia, our bombing campaign has disrupted the ability of the factories and the mills that mill that raw wheat into flour. So bakeries in Iran have closed and people are starving. This is beyond us bringing up the fact that the Secret Service, who protected Donald Trump today, haven't been paid in 70 days. So I think it's relevant that we bring up the soldiers in Iran haven't been paid and their families are in lines. Did you guys hear what I said? It's not just the fact that Trump and Pete Hegseth are saying we control the straits. We've destroyed their submarines. We've destroyed their army. We've destroyed the leaders of the IRGC, the Ayatollah Khomeini. It's not just that, but it's the fact that we disrupted their ability and the social contract has been breaking down for the past 10 months. They have protests. They killed 40,000 people because they've had protests every day since the 12-day war. Now, why are they protesting? It's beyond what we understand here. Part of it is the fact the social contract has been broken down. The IRGC has focused more on missiles and funding their proxy army than controlling the stability of the country and making sure everyone has access to food and water. This is the facts on the ground. I play video. There are food lines in Iran, and bakeries are shut down because there is no flour to make bread. And people are starving, and the soldiers are going unpaid because as long as the Straits of Hormuz are closed down, they can't make money. They can't rebuild their submarines. They can't rebuild their Navy. They can't rebuild their Air Force. They can't get wheat. They can't get oil. They can't get bread. The same thing that is happening in Cuba is happening in Iran, and no one is paying attention. But if you subscribe to the channel, and you listen and you come in and debate, you will be at the channel with the #1 discussion on geopolitics. Not just this assassination, not just Iran, not just Israel, not just Russia, not just the Ukraine, not just Canada, not just Mexico, not just Venezuela. You come, we discuss, double tap, hit the like button. Perfect time of podcast. God bless you. God bless America. God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk. I will see you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. Thank you for hanging out. As you leave, hit the like button, hit the subscribe, hit the membership, and join. Hey, hit the super chat. Thank you to my brother for sending the super chat today. Hit the super chat, hit the Cash App, $ Big D Rants. Thank you for supporting the channel. Much love and support. God bless America.